tuning in online. We're really, really appreciative for all the work you've done this year, and just excited for your engagement and participation. Before I start, I have to thank Sherry for really making all this run. An incredible amount of work has gone into today, so please give her a round of applause. And I also want to thank Eddie. I'll thank him again after he shows you the incredible data that VHAC has through VCSQI and that he brings to the table, and all the great work that Eddie's done. And lastly, thank you to our sponsors, Stryker and Abiomed. They have displays set up outside, so when you get a chance, just drop by and see what they have to show you there. So I'm going to give you kind of an overview of 2024, a retrospective, but also a look ahead as to where VHAC is headed in the next year. And when I met with Eddie and Sherry last week to really kind of sit down and recap what we had done, I was just kind of blown away with the progress we've made, the amount of work that's gone into all of this, not only the regional activity, but the clinical work groups, the mission and vision statement, just really looking at revamping our organization to make sure that it continues to bring value to you, the stakeholders, so that you can take better care of your patients. So I think 2024, maybe since our founding in 2008, was probably the most impactful year that we've had. And I will show you some of what I mean. And Sherry, am I going to click?
I use the arrows. Oh yeah, I use that. Yeah, space bar.
Okay.
Actually, no, that doesn't work. So use the cursor. I think I was using that.
Okay. Yeah, that looks like it's good. So why are we here? Well, I think we are here really with the same idea in mind, and that is we are a patient-centered organization, and we base this on what we see as the ideal guideline-driven care that we can provide. And I could speak for a while about the ACC/AHA guidelines, but I think this slide best. It is a class 1 recommendation that all communities should create and maintain a regional system of STEMI care that includes assessment, CQI of EMS and hospital-based activities. So when you think about what we mean by community, you know, it probably literally means our communities, the towns and cities that we live in, but you could really think of that as a region, where you are in Virginia, or as all of the Commonwealth as our community. And then the other guideline that I wanted to highlight, another class 1 indication, is the performance of a 12-lead EKG by EMS personnel at the site of first medical contact. And we know that that is exactly what has to happen, but in many circumstances, logistically, educationally, just culturally, is easier said than done. If I had kind of one slide to capture the soul of VHAC, it would be this one right here. And that's an EMS professional out in the field holding up a pre-hospital 12 lead showing an inferior STEMI. That's really where it all starts and where it all has to start. Again, simple goals, but getting to where we are now, and Eddie's going to show you that data today, it was a tremendous lift and continues to be a tremendous challenge. So just as a little bit of a bit of background for some of you who are new, or maybe a refresher for those who've been involved with VHAC for a while, we are a statewide voluntary collaboration that endeavors to increase access to rapid reperfusion. We want the care that patients receive in the best, quote unquote, the best parts of the state, the best centers, to be available everywhere. Or as we said early on, if you have a STEMI, whether you live should not depend on where you live. And when we started, that was not the case. You know, we had certain areas in the state where the reperfusion times were wonderful and there were 12 leads on all the trucks and everything worked fine, and other areas where it did not. So we are organized into 6 council districts, kind of loosely based on EMS council areas. And you can see the 6 there. Those little hearts are superimposed PCI centers that are participating in our STEMI database. We still have a little ways to go with recruitment. There are some on the map there that aren't yet. Now, our strategic plan is in the process of being revamped, really kind of another look to see how we enlarge this, how we suit this to the realities of 2024. But I think our original plan really kind of captures how we do things. The first is sustainable regional activity. And that is basically making sure that at the end of the day, this kind of work is going on autonomously in all 6 regions. The next is EMS education, training, and equipment. Again, just like that picture I showed you, it all starts with first medical contact in the field. And then finally, for any quality improvement effort to be worth anything, there really needs to be a feedback loop. We need to know how we're doing. And so that's where state data collection, reporting, and using that data to drive change becomes so important. So as I promised, was a big year, really a year of groundbreaking activity and transformation. And, you know, it was about a year or two ago when we kind of asked our stakeholders, you know, how are we doing? What are we doing well? What could we do better? We kind of knew it's evolve or die. We knew that VHAC had made a lot of progress in the state, but I think a lot of us have been around clinical care and medicine for a long time. We probably can all think of great initiatives that came with tremendous fanfare, and then a couple of years later, you're like, whatever happened to that? You know, are there even meetings for that anymore? Things have come and gone. We did not want to be one of those organizations that ultimately, with the best of intentions, still withered. So what I did was I asked one of my organizational geniuses, what do we do next? And that was Sherry. And Sherry said, we need to do a SWOT analysis. So if you're not familiar with a SWOT analysis, it is basically looking at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. What are we doing well? What are we good at? What do we need to get better at? And what are the threats to the organization long term? What could potentially keep us from being here in 5 to 10 years? So from that real detailed kind of top to bottom look, we came up with a host of other initiatives. The first were new mission and vision statements. Now, to be honest, when I first heard about this, I was like, yeah, we probably need that, right? Most organizations have a mission and vision statement. I thought, you know, maybe it sounds a little bit corporate, but it's probably a pretty good exercise. And I was wrong, because when you really sit down and you craft a mission and a vision statement, it forces you to figure out, who am I? What am I trying to do? And what is my roadmap? And then rebranding, you know, it really to keep us at the center of people's attention, to keep people engaged, to really recruit new members and kind of keep our collective eye on the ball. We needed to be out there. And although branding sounds, again, a little bit kind of glitzy and corporate, you're competing for the attention of some very busy people. And you really have to be able to get out there, kind of make a name for yourself and plead your case. So it was time to update the logo, the website, social media, ways that we communicated with our stakeholders. Clinical work groups. That was something we heard from a lot of you, which was, we have these issues, these problems that we want help answering. So for instance, how do we teach EMS to read EKGs? You know, we're kind of doing that in a piecemeal way, but what's the best way as a state? Or how do we respond to pulmonary embolus? Now, you may think, well, this is a STEMI organization, but VHAC has always had a vision of becoming kind of a bigger tent quality organization. And we'll hear from these clinical work groups a little bit later today. Regional development, that's something we've done since day one. That's always going to be a challenge. You know, keeping people engaged, getting people to meetings, working on that first medical contact to reperfusion time, all of that. Data managers and support, and our FTE study. Once upon a time, when we founded VHAC, we really felt that if there was one segment of this care continuum, or one group of stakeholders that we really wanted to focus on, it was actually EMS. You know, I'm an interventional cardiologist. I'm the cath lab director at Centra. I can kind of stand in the cath lab and wonder where my patient is. But really, we knew for this to work, we had to get out of our silos. The reason I say that is because as we came to learn, the other kind of unsung group of heroes were our data managers. And we see this when we look at different hospitals. In some hospitals, you have enough people to do the data abstraction, you have
Oh, did
enough
I
people to help
disturb you?
manage
I'm
that.
sorry.
In other hospitals, that kind
I'm
of
sorry.
investment
Did I
is not
disturb
made.
you?
And the old expression,
I'll
garbage
scratch your
in,
head.
garbage out. You know, if you don't have quality
Lie down.
people who have the resources to abstract this data to tell you how you're really doing, you're not ultimately going to get anywhere. So we focused on that as well. And I'm going to tell you today kind of the results of our survey and what our recommendations are for health systems. And then lastly, the STEMI registry. We used to be based on something called the Action Registry. That went away around 2017, 2018, and that's really where VCSQI came to the rescue. Eddie has helped by working with
Lie down.
ARMIS, working with Get with the Guidelines,
lying
CAT
down, you
PCI,
doofus.
or rather chest pain
By
MI,
sending a
has
text to
helped
your
us
dad, wake him,
develop a
move
new
you
STEMI
up,
registry.
get
And I'm
you
not going to
waked
steal
up.
Eddie's thunder,
I'm sorry.
but we've
I didn't
recruited
mean
a
to
number
wake
of
you.
centers to that, and he has a lot
lie
of
down.
data to show you today. So the mission and vision statement, our vision, all Virginians should have access to high quality, patient-centered, equitable cardiovascular care. I think we can all agree on that. Our mission, to continuously improve cardiovascular care in Virginia through education and data-driven collaboration with healthcare professionals, organizations, community partners, and patients. So I know that sounds like a bit of a mouthful, but I think right there, if I had to stop somebody on the street and tell them, what is VHAC? What's it all about? I think that sums it up beautifully. So this was the fun part. This was our old logo, bless its heart. It's been around for a long time. And I had a UVA college student who happened to look over my shoulder, a friend of the family, and she said, wow, how long have you had that logo? And I was, why? Well, you know, maybe over a decade. So thankfully, we took a look at this, and I was able to work with people who are more creative than I am. And to many oohs and ahs, here comes the new logo. So pretty cool, I think. Also, finally, on the tracing, that's actually a STEMI. The first one might have been an OMI. I don't know. I'll wait for Dr. Smith to tell me, but at least this one looks like a real STEMI. So we're excited about that. And as Sherry mentioned, we have swag for you out there. So grab some swag on the way out the door. Okay, so clinical work groups, we're going to dive deep into these today, but cardiogenic shock, ED bypass, EMS education, PE response, thrombolytics. These are stakeholders working to address clinical questions. We have the guidelines, we have the literature, but sometimes kind of making that rubber meet the road is hard. You know, if you're in a center in Virginia and you're thinking, well, gosh, I'm getting a transfer from 2 hours away. I can't give my cardiologist to give lytics. This kind of brings the guidelines to bear with what we're doing in Virginia. And it's also just the peer-to-peer sort of stuff. I found that we were able to affect a lot of change in the state, basically by just having, you know, peers talk to each other and say, hey, at Center A, don't worry about it. They're giving TNK, they're taking those patients to the cath lab, what have you. Or, hey, you know, at Center B, they're activating based on a 12-lead pre-hospital. It's okay. That system works well. You should do it too. And this gets to the idea of VHAC kind of growing or evolving to not only be collaborative and organizational, but also to be a home, a resource. We want to be your home for protocols, publications, and other resources, a place to go to ask questions, to look at the protocols that other centers are using across the state. Basically, again, let's just make it easier for our stakeholders to take care of these STEMI patients. Regional development, that is always going to be a challenge. And I, you know, won't mince words. There are some areas of the state that are tremendously engaged. They have physician champions. And there's other areas of the state where it's kind of, you know, less so. And that can be challenging. And so that, I think, comes down to us continuing to work with our colleagues, a little bit of arm twisting, a little bit of peer pressure to get people to the table. And also to mentor them too, you know, to sort of work with them and say, this is how you lead a STEMI system in your region. It's okay, we can do this. Monthly meetings and offline work, that is going on really 7 days a week, as Sherry and Eddie will attest. Data support. Eddie is your guy. If you want data high level, if you want granular data, he has even more than you realize. He can come to your meetings, see how I'm offering up your services and volunteering you for all this stuff. This is kind of what I do. But he'll go over that data at the regional level and help you use that to guide change. Recruitment of new STEMI registries. I'm going to sort of steal a little bit of thunder and say that we are now up to 29.
29 signed or in the process of signing, and then there's 24 who have data right.
Which is tremendous. There are, I think they come on and offline. There are about 40 or 47 PCI centers in the state. We've got some goals set for next year. We'll tell you about that in a little bit. The JOT form's everybody's favorite, right? This is the homework that Sherry gives us before our Thursday calls. But this is a way for us to look at the data, STEMI and SHOC, as a group once a month. And that helps drive change because we kind of look at the centers that are doing well and talk about the centers where there are some opportunities. Role definition, we're helping with that as well. It's almost hard for me to keep all this stuff top of mind, all the stuff that's happened this year, the great stuff that Sherry's done. Came up with a document. You know, if you are going to step up and be a regional leader, what does that entail? Just kind of a guidebook to help some of our emerging leaders, just to really mentor them and say, hey, this is how you do it. This is the people, these are the people you need at the table. These are how you run the meetings, things like that. Gaps, barriers, calls to action. Again, we're working really hard. Some of you who are here from some of our regions that, you know, like Dr. Heiser is really keeping the flame lit down in Eastern, some other areas of the state right now. And I don't mean this as a call out, but I think just to be transparent, we really, really need physician leaders in Northern. We've had a lot of offline conversations about that. I've been doing this for 15 years, and one of the challenges is this is very fluid. We get a region up to speed, we get some phenomenal people in place, and somebody moves out of state or they get, you know, pulled in other directions. So keeping stable regional teams going all the time is really never-ending work. All right, with that, I'm going to let Eddie show you the state data from the past year and some new data points that we're looking at.
Thank you, Dr. O'Brien. I'm Eddie Fauner. I'm Executive Director of VCSQI, which is the partner organization of VHAC. So I'll provide an overview of our VCSQI VHAC statewide STEMI registry, which, as Dr. O'Brien mentioned, is our new way of gathering data on all STEMI patients in our Commonwealth here. So at this point, we are taking data from two different sources. One is a subset of patients from the AHA, Get With the Guidelines CAD registry. And then on the other hand, the ACC's chest pain MI registry. Merging those two together via the power of our data vendor. And then that's the platform that provides the data that you'll see here. So at this point, we have over 20 members who are uploading data to us right now, and there are more who are in the queue to sign on board. All the data you'll see is de-identified. So if you know your code, I should have sent that to you previously. If not, let me know and I will be sure to send that over. If you're not in the database or you don't know, please reach out to us because we want to keep increasing participation, keep getting more centers online, make sure this is a comprehensive database of STEMI patients at this point. So here's the breakdown: 20 programs doing chest pain MI and 4 are Get With the Guidelines only. So you'll see the data broken down by regions as well. So all 6 of our regions are now reporting data. We have at least one center reporting data from each region. And we're just going to jump right in. These are our primary 4 measures that we've been reporting out on over the last couple of years now. They are median door in, door out time for transfer patients, median transfer time between hospitals, the proportion of FMC to primary PCI less than or equal to 90 minutes, and then the median FMC to primary PCI of the same measure. We have the VCSQI VHAC average in the first column. So 56 minutes for Dido, 29 minutes on transfer time, 88% FMC to primary PCI less than or equal to 90, with a median time of 69 minutes. And then the variation is shown by region with the colors highlighting the lowest times and in green, and then in orange, the higher times. And of course, some of those are geographic. We don't want to call anybody out, obviously, but just wanted to have a way of showcasing the variation a little bit more visually here. This data is also available by hospital. I realize this might be a little small, but here's an example of how that information is broken down by our individual centers. The same sort of color coding applies here. We'll be sure to send these out as well for you guys to digest offline, but just wanted to give you a snapshot of what these look like. We also have some longitudinal data. So here's a trend of medium FMC to primary PCI by quarter. So you see a little bit of a spike at the onset of COVID in around the Q2 2020 timeframe. But since then, things have started to normalize and trend downward, and we're now below 70 minutes once again. This is also a snapshot from one of our other databases, which is the Cath PCI registry, where we are gathering data from our member centers on. So we've taken the subset of STEMI patients from our participating Cath PCI centers. In this slide, we're showing the proportion of STEMI patients who receive radial access procedures. We're showing that by center. So again, our de-identified codes on the bottom, and comparing two rolling 4-quarter periods against one another in gold and in blue. So you can see the trend up or trend down between each center, whether they've increased or decreased the radial proportion. And then that's compared against our VCSQI benchmark in green. We also worked with Dr. O'Brien and our steering committee to develop a number of new measures. So those 4 are thrombolytics, FMC to cath lab activation time, cardiac arrest survival, and cath lab activation cancellation rates. And for these 4, we have a similar view here by region. So the statewide average in the first column, and then each region shown across to the right. For the thrombolytics, we separated those out for transfers versus non-transfers. So the non-transfer rates are very low, as we had hoped to see. For the transfer cases, we're at about 23% thrombolytics, and that varies by region. A couple are not using any at all. Some are a little bit higher, especially in the South and in the West. In terms of FMC to cath lab activation, this is a brand new measure that we started to look at, but this takes the what is the first medical contact time, depending on if they arrive via EMS or at the hospital directly, and measure that to the time the cath lab is activated. So rates range from about 12 to 24 minutes by region here. We looked at cardiac arrest survival. We're around 75% survival. This is all cases, STEMI and STEMI, all cases in our registry. Just if they came in with cardiac arrest, did they survive or not? So full 3/4. The last measure is cath lab activation, which is a tricky one for us to measure. It is one that we don't necessarily have all the patients in our database if they weren't entered in the first place. So we don't necessarily know, that 1% might be a kind of a falsely low number there, but we just wanted to see what our data showed. And, that's kind of how we start with these measures, is we throw something out there and we can kind of tweak it or interpret it, based on what the numbers tell us. So those are our new measures, and we're definitely looking forward to hearing your feedback on those and making sure that those are valuable as well for the group to look at. So as in conclusion, Dr. O'Brien, he mentioned that VCSQI is able to share this data. I'm happy to and Sherry and I are happy to come to your meetings. This data is also publicly available to our member centers. So if you have ideas, you want to see how your data looks by physician or operator. If you have research ideas, we can also provide you with a research export to look at and potentially publish that data. So we want to hear your ideas. We want to put this data into action and just do a lot of good things and improve patient care with the power of our informatics. So thank you all. And Dr. Bryan, I'm turning it back to you.
Great, thanks. Good work as always, Eddie. Thank you for that. Incredibly powerful stuff. And we are very open to your suggestions, measures that you would like to see us follow, and how we use that data to drive change. So I'm going to talk, I alluded to this briefly. This was a big project this year. And again, it was an effort to focus on that group of stakeholders that I think are vital for that effort. I mean, everything we see up there, we kind of take for granted. But if we don't have a cadre of committed, qualified, supported FTEs, data managers to abstract this data, again, if it's bad stuff going in, it's going to be bad stuff coming out. So this is a little complicated. I'll kind of go over this briefly, but there is a QR code on the little card tents that you can scan to get more details about this study that we did. And basically, what we were trying to do was figure out what's the optimal number of data managers at a given center for the registries for the number of charts that have to be abstracted. So I guess the third Wednesday of the month, we have a meeting, which you're all welcome to, where we bring the data managers together. And it's really a way to ask questions, kind of provide support, things like that. And so we work with that group and basically surveyed, and I'll show you in a little bit what we arrived upon as the number of people that you need to do this kind of work. But we also figured out that it varies quite a lot between different centers. Some centers you have a couple of people just doing a mountain of charts and really strapped, and other places are better resourced. And we feel like we could bring that information back to the health systems and say, hey, if you're serious about quality, then you need to hire up. So long and the short of it is 2 FTEs for cath PCI, 1.8 for chest pain MI. And again, there's also a calculator that if you plug in numbers like the number of registries, the number of charts that you abstract, things like that, it will give you that number for your center. All right, so lastly, I want to talk about our strategic plan. I'll wrap up in just a minute here. How do we get even better? Again, we're in our 16th year. How do we continue to grow? This year, we're going to be looking at a formalized organizational structure, an official board, a task force, regional committees. That really is all in development right now, and we're going to hear from all of you. Bylaws, we're going to continue to work on regional and state leadership development, continue to grow the STEMI database. I think our goal should be 40 PCI centers by the end of next year. And then we need to starting to look at succession planning. Who are our next generation of leaders to carry this on? So lastly, I want to make this really kind of a note of appreciation and a thank you, but also a call to action. And I do this every year. And that is, when you go back to your regions, be that guy or that gal, be that person that your STEMI patients can count on. And what do I mean by that? Help your centers, your agencies strive for guideline-driven care, set goals, hardwire those things. Say, this is our goal. This is how we're going to hold each other accountable. Take ownership. I've often said that if you have a stakeholder that, like myself or others here, that look at their NCDR data, and if it doesn't look good that quarter, they start to get chest pain, then you have that person. It really has to be somebody that takes ownership of that data and wants to make it better. And then again, it's accountability, commit to each other, commit to the patient. So I just want to say that in closing, and really thank all of you. This is the only time I get to see a lot of people face to face. I've talked to you and emailed you all year, but I really want to express the incredible appreciation that we have for the work that you're doing for patients across Virginia. The work is so meaningful and is really, as Eddie showed you, is so impactful. So thank you, and keep up that great work. And I want to close by, again, thanking Stryker and Abiomed. And with that, I will now turn it over to regional reporting. Sherry, I think we have, I'll let you drive here, but I think we have Central coming up first.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Hey, can I have a member from the Central team who's going to report? Oh, the lovely Megan Vaughn. You'll recognize her by her voice. That's how she was found just recently at a meeting.
Good morning. Thank you. So I have the pleasure of reporting out for the Central Region, which is mainly the Richmond and just south of Richmond. Dr. Contos has politely declined to pass it off to me, so I do apologize.
You had volunteered.
No, I didn't. We do have Dr. Michael Contos is one of our regional leads and physician champions. He is, and I don't have my notes, Sherry. He is the medical director for the KICU at VCU. He was on the writing committee for one of several of our recently published articles with the American Heart Association. And forgive me if I get this wrong, he is the lead author for one of our presentations later today regarding ED bypass. Okay, I'm gonna wing it. We also have Dr. Manu Kaushik, who is unfortunately able to be here with us today. He is our medical director for invasive cardiology at the Bon Secours Richmond market, which oversees 4 PCI centers. And then you have me, who is your manager for cardiovascular data registry and abstraction for the Richmond market. We are actively recruiting for a 4th alternate member. So anybody in the Richmond region who would like to volunteer themselves, please connect with one of us or Sherry or Eddie or even Dr. O'Brien, and we'll get you set up. It's not a lot of work. It's a lot of fun when we come together, and we've made a lot of great changes in our region. So please consider it as an opportunity for you. We do have 7 PCI centers in our Richmond region, 5 of which are participating with data sharing and collaboration. Of that, of course, you can probably figure out is VCU and our Bon Secours facilities. One of the things that we tried to do is kind of establish a baseline for where are we collecting data. We have multiple facilities with multiple registries, so how do we make those work and match up? And our idea before we had all of our registries reporting into Eddie's wonderful database system, which I highly recommend you connect with him if you have any questions, is we can look at raw data. We can look at the first medical contact to device time with no exclusions. And that would include all of your patient-centered reasons for delay. If you had travel issues, if you had difficulty crossing your legion, this is everything together. And what we surprisingly found is of the 5 hospitals, we were consistently meeting that 90-minute mark, which is the AHA and the ACC. Stretch goal, of course, is 60 minutes. And we've got some room for opportunity, but we are heading in the right direction. As you see, our overall numbers are trending downward into Q1. This is based upon the most recently published quarter. Like I said, data was pulled from operational reports through the AHA registries and then also CAF PCI metric 3. One of the other questions we had, which contributed to our work groups, was how much or how many STEMI patients were presenting via EMS to our facilities. And it ranged anywhere from 25% to 89% of pre-admit STEMIs for our hospitals were coming in through EMS. So that demonstrates a large opportunity for us to grow our partnership and improve our care for the patients across the region. We do have regional meetings. Our next one is October 24th. These are at the Office of EMS in the city of Richmond. There's also a Zoom link. If you'd like to join, we welcome any and all bodies to participate. Predominantly, it is EMS and hospital representatives. And I got my 1-minute mark here. So some of our larger projects that we're working on do include dual defibrillation for out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. Henrico, I believe, Chesterfield and one of our other agencies are looking into that. And then another initiative that we are working on as a region is to standardize our shock protocols, algorithms, and recognize ECMO facilities versus bypassing those facilities. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Megan. You had 21 seconds to spare. Up next, we have our Eastern Region. Dr. Justin Heiser. Did I get your first name right? Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Sherry. So yeah, I'm Justin Heiser. I'm an interventional cardiologist out with Centera Cardiology. I've been practicing out there for a little over 3 years. And I came on to the VHAC. My VHAC involvement started maybe 6 months after I started with the Centera. And about a year and a half ago, Shelley and I teamed up, and we've been starting to do a little bit more throughout our region. So this is who we are. Shelley is the manager of our cardiac services line at Centera, and she's very highly involved in all of our data collection, as well as collaboration with teams throughout the Centera system and also regionally. And I'll talk a little bit more about some of the meetings that she's involved in. Also, Dr. Robert Bernstein, who is not interventional, did some EP work and has been helping to also attend the meetings and continue our involvement here. We've also had some other physicians like Dr. Levine, Dr. Robertson, who back maybe 5 to a couple of years ago have been involved in this as well. And so they're helping keep us involved in VHAC. We have 2 EMS systems that we work with: the Peninsula EMS PEMS, and then Tidewater EMS TEMS. And then, as you can see, we have a lot of PCI centers. So and you could see from the maps that they showed earlier, Eastern is one of the more complex areas of the state, and I think that that's been one of our major challenges. We have a lot of different hospital systems involved in. And getting collaboration between those hospitals can be a challenge, to say the least. Some of our most recent data, I appreciate Eddie for his support in getting some of this. Also, Shelley, over the last updated quarters up to Q1 of 2024, we have our door in, door out times, transfer between hospitals, and first medical contact to primary PCI. And you can see the hospitals laid out here and then the average for the region. So we're getting around 70, low 70 minutes with the first medical contact with primary PCI. I think we could work towards getting that number closer to 60 or so. And that is something we are working on as an organization. And then you can see here also, just to show that bar by itself, that's kind of where we're at right now. But we are continually working on quality throughout the Eastern region and Centera. And with our chest pain MI registry for 2024, all of our participating hospitals received platinum status for the 2nd year in a row. And this is all the STEMI receiving facilities that we have within our Centera system. As it is right now, I cover STEMI care only in one of these hospitals when I'm on call, and then another one during the daytime. So I'm not involved in all of these personally. And that actually will change for me within the next 6 months or so. And I'll probably be involved with three of the others. So I'll have a little bit more insight into, their situations. Okay. And we've been following also some time-centered metrics, first medical contact, 90 minutes. So working to decrease our average down to closer to 60 is something that we can work on. Door in, door out times, transfer out within 30 minutes for STEMIs, and document any patient-centered delays. Door to needle for thrombolytics within 30 minutes of arrival or after the positive EKG. And so these are things we are actively working on within our system. And also at a recent meeting, we talked about different action items for STEMI and non-STEMI patients. And that includes what's listed here. It's a little bit out of the scope of what we're talking about, but these things are all being implemented to improve the quality throughout Centera. So regional meetings, we have not had regional meetings of late, but we are working towards doing that. Recently, about a month ago, I reached out, well, even before that, but I reached out to directors of PEMS and TEMS And I have not gotten responses from Tidewater EMS, but I did get a good contact with the Peninsula and somebody that responded very quickly and seemed very excited and engaged. And so I'm looking forward to just collaborating with them and getting more communication and collaboration. And so then, well, although we haven't had regional meetings, we do have regional meetings within Centera, where we have folks who represent EMS present at those meetings. And so that's another opportunity for us to improve our communication. Okay. And so what is our focus and our goals for the next year and beyond? We want to continue to build connections with our regional contacts, which we're doing, continue collaboration with EMS, transport to ensure appropriate measures and timeframes are recognized, continue to monitor our contract metrics, which we showed, and the results, and establish a collaborative case review forum for all of this. And that would be with our VHAC regional meetings. Other goals, streamlining communication between facilities and with EMS, reducing our door in and door out times, improving thrombolytic frames, and cohesive and consistent STEMI care. Thank you.
The only thing is he has like 12 seconds left.
Need a mic, that's what people online can hear.
My voice.
Hi, I'm Shelley Callahan. Dr. Heiser mentioned as the manager for cardiac services for Centera service line, but I wanted to introduce Victoria Hunt as our quality improvement coordinator, also for all Centera for facilities, and oversees the abstraction and data that goes into the VHAC work. And I'll be transitioning actually next week into a new role. So Victoria will be, I'm sure, happy to step in as in my place. And I know we've had a couple other people interested throughout the system and have already here last night made some contacts for the region. So good things to come, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome, Victoria. Okay, up next, we have the Northern Region and we have Ms. Kat Moore. Yay.
Like, okay. Awesome. Hi, I'm Catherine Moore. I am the regional lead for the Northern Virginia market, and we are currently looking for some more support. Can't do it solo. We are looking for some more physician champions. Our group is very EMS heavy. So thank you to our EMS partners over there for the Northern Virginia region as well. You can see here we have 9 PCI centers. I believe 6 or so present data, and I know mine is working on getting data to you guys as well. So still trying to bolster some more participation to get those up and running to collect additional data. Who we are, so we have a very large EMS partnership. You can see there's about 16 jurisdictional EMS partners, as well as a heavy health system participation as well from Inova, HCA, Mary Wash. We do have some Centera facilities and then some Fort Belvoir. Data, so our data review, we look at a lot of EMS pre-hospital data because that's our first line, right? That's our first people that come in contact with majority of our patients. You can see there for STEMI transports for the past couple of quarters. Inova Hospital gets a lot of our STEMIs, but our other PCI centers there get a heavy handful to include additional Inova and Centera facilities. We are really looking at our on-scene times for EMS to decrease, time spent in the field to increase the time getting to the hospital. We look at scene time for 12 lead ECG there. We saw a good decrease down for quarter 1 of 2024. Average at patient to 12 lead. We are really trying to earlier recognize and early transport. I know a couple of our facilities, our EMS partners have adopted. I know Prince William has for sure a 5-5-10-2 rule. It's a goal that they typically shoot for. So 5 minutes on scene, 5 minutes to transmit that ECG, and a 10-minute transport time with 2 people in the back. So really striving to get those patients to the closest PCI within 10 minutes. Sometimes it works. Sometimes traffic is a little challenging. If you guys have been to Northern Virginia, traffic is awesome. We also look at the total on-scene time as well as our STEMI activations from when we get those alerts. And you can see there, Q3, we did see a little bit of an increase in our on-scene times with our EMS partners, but we're starting to go back down and decrease there as well. And then average scene time for positive 12 lead. Q3, we had some really good data. We haven't been able to get any data yet with some changes in our systems. I know Michelle and her team do a phenomenal job at collecting all this data for us. So thank you. ESO champion over there. And then lastly, we also look at aspirin administration just to make sure they're getting it either by EMS or prior to EMS arrival. We also track those. And all those are related to our mission lifeline goals, right, AHA? Over there in the corner, hey. Because we want our partners to get recognition just as well as our hospitals. Our meetings are quarterly. We meet via Zoom. We had our last meeting back in August, which was a reintroduction to some people, new candidates, also looking to bring on some new faces. Thank you, Shirley, for all the great information that you have given me, as well as Michelle. I appreciate it. Our next meeting is going to be November 21st. Process improvement, we are reestablishing key stakeholders to increase participation. Again, we are looking for some regional leads. If anyone is interested, please see Sherry, myself, Eddie, or Dr. O'Brien. And then reestablish or review some new goals, our current goals, to see where we could better improve outcomes for our patients in our region. Did I hit the 5-minute mark?
You did good. Sweet. Thank you so much. She flew past that. And those of you online, please do not forget to put your name in the chat with your email address so we can check you in. And up next, we have our Northwestern region. Music.
Click.
Yeah.
All right, we'll make it work. Hi, guys. I'm Patrick Stafford. I'm one of the new interventional faculty at UVA Health here in Charlottesville. So fortunately, my drive wasn't too bad this morning. So I'm presenting for the Northwestern region. So that includes some PCI centers, 2 in Charlottesville, 1 in Fishersville, up in Harrisonburg, and then Front Royal and Winchester. Also has a number of STEMI referring centers kind of across the state, and including some centers over in Eastern West Virginia that send some patients over to us as well. So pretty spread out geographic region like most of the state, and also spans 3 EMS councils. So while I'm getting up to speed with things during my career as I just started, Dr. Josh Fisher has been helping out. He's an interventionalist over at Martha Jefferson Hospital here in town as well. We have 6 PCI centers, Martha Jeff, UVA, Augusta Health. We have RMH, Winchester and Warren Memorial, and then 3 EMS partners with Thomas Jefferson, Central Shenandoah, and Lord Fairfax. Some data for us. Most centers for first medical contact to device time in median minutes. So this is a rolling 4-quarter average ending in the first quarter of 2024. Most centers less than 70 minutes, and then an outlier over 90 minutes. And we've been working with our EMS partners in different hospitals to try and optimize first medical contact to device time, as all of our centers will and should. One of our centers in the Northwestern region does not participate in CPI, the guidelines data, so we're not able to have that data, and we're working with them to get that data available. Similar to other regions, our meetings are held virtually on a quarterly basis, just for ease of getting participants on board. We've had a recent focus on first medical contact to device times, as well as characteristics of our STEMI patients in our region. We've noticed a trend towards younger STEMI patients across the region, as well as a higher incidence of STEMIs that are sicker with cardiogenic shock and cardiac arrest. And we've also been analyzing different modes of transportation to the hospital, whether that's EMS or personal vehicles. We currently have faithful representation from 5 hospitals and 1 EMS council. We've had some challenges, as every region has, as Dr. O'Brien had mentioned. We didn't have a firm leader for a long time, and then there's been some recent leadership changes. We are working towards getting some more regular physician and EMS council involvement, and we're also working towards getting more data sharing between the different sites to make life a little bit easier. So our focus and goals over the next year or so is more of a building year, trying to get back up to speed with things, increasing our EMS participation in our meetings, and kind of developing our leadership with physician champions for both PCI, STEMI, as well as some of the work groups with cardiogenic shock and thrombolytics and those type of. So we've been eagerly advertising our involvement to different parts of the hospital, not just cardiology, EMS, et cetera, but also emergency department teams, cath lab teams, quality committees, and different cardiology units kind of at large for there. And we, as always, invite EMS to be involved in leadership opportunities in our region. We're also working towards looking at our data a little bit more, formulating plans, improving our performance there, defining specific metrics that are of value to our region, as well as just comparing our data within our region and then to the state at large. So thank you all who are involved. We are, as everyone has said, looking for more involvement. So please reach out to me. Please reach out to Nancy Fauber, and big shout out to her for assisting with all of this work and trying to get me up to speed with things. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Stafford. That was well over 5 minutes. And Nancy, I see you're online. Thank you so much for all you do. And up next, we have our Southern region. Will it be Miss Cindy Cole who's going to present, or Megan? Well, hi, Megan. Moral support.
What do I click? The arrows. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Megan Scholes. I'm the chest pain and MI outcome specialist at Centra Health.
And I'm Cindy Cole. I work closely with Megan and Dr. O'Brien. And just to let you know, when you work with Dr. O'Brien, you cannot work in a mediocre world. It always has to be the best. And we do strive. We're very competitive. So, and we're glad to work with him. He's really great to work with.
Is it going?
I think it's going.
Little Cincinnati. Clicker's a little.
Okay. Okay, so key contacts for our region, Dr. O'Brien, our Chief Quality Officer and Acute MI Director at Centra, and Cindy Cole. The health systems involved, all of our Centra facilities, as well as Centera Halifax, are active participants in our regional meetings, as well as the Blue Ridge EMS Council. Jen Kersey, Dr. Long, MK Allen are our BRIM contacts.
And we are seeking someone else to be a partner, and we have several people probably want to be our partner.
Looking at our data, first medical contact to balloon, this is something we closely look at. We look with EMS, the cath lab, the ED, just really drilling into any opportunities of improvement. And year to date, we are at 71 minutes. The national goal is 90. Our Centra goal is 75.
But Megan said theirs was 60, so I anticipate that, you know, Dr. O'Brien will want to drop ours to 60. Just saying, thank you, Megan.
And our door to balloon data, we internally track this, but year to date, we are at 38 minutes. National goal is 90. Our Centra goal is 60. And cardiogenic shock. So we started looking at this with the VHAC initiative, and we're looking at the lactate and the CPOs for our MI patients. Really strong with our lactates. Our CPOs kind of fluctuate. But with this data, the shock team implemented reporting CPO and the PAPI on right heart cath patients. It's just another marker that they're using to drive the protocol. And our regional meetings, they're on Teams, the first Thursday of every other month, the even months. And we have leaders from our transferring facilities attend and provide updates on quality metrics. So we're looking at the transferring door to balloon times, door in, door out, and door to needle. And another thing we're looking at is the pre-hospital EKG transmission rate. So we're looking at by drilled down EMS agency, seeing how many chest pain patients they're transporting. Of those, how many was a 12 lead obtained? And of those 12 leads, how many were transmitted prior to arrival? And really just sitting back and looking at the data and saying, are there any agencies we can re-engage with, reach out and see if there's any barriers to transmission? And another example, this is from the Halifax area of our pre-hospital EKG transmissions.
Halifax here.
Candace. And just engaging with EMS, I wanted to showcase a case that went really well. So the EMS arrived at the patient, got a 12 lead very promptly. called report to MedCom, transmitted the EKG, the cath lab was activated. And because of that, they were able to bypass, able to get him in quickly, reperfused in 14 minutes with a first medical contact of 39. And just all of our EMS agencies do a great job, and just wanted to thank
Thank
them.
you. And we do not have the traffic that Northern has.
And our
We do have traffic, not like that.
And our focus and goals, we're hoping for Pulsera at Centra, and Queen of Hearts for the future, and just keep engaging with EMS and having EMS education nights. So that's it for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For the record, we're doing so well on time. I'm not keeping time anymore. But last but not least, we have the Western region, and Miss Melanie, are you here? Are you going to present for us? So you're somewhere here. Hi, Melanie.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. And my name is Melanie Johnson. I am the regional lead for Western, and I too got volunteered. So hopefully, if you have any questions later, please let me know. Our other regional folks are Dr. Shalek Brzezinski, who is here today. He is our medical director for the Western region. Co-director is Dr. Richard Constance. He is from Lewis Gale Medical Center in Salem, and Jane Moreland, who is my counterpart at Lewis Gale Medical Center in Salem as well. I put the map up here to show our region as well. It's kind of trying to look at this and see what this looked like. It kind of looks like a shoe or a boot, maybe a Skechers slip-on or something, but we do have kind of a spread out region here. And you can see our PCI centers where they're located. There. Let me see if I can get to the next slide. Nope. Oops. Okay. All right. Thank you. So in alphabetical order, PCI centers, Carilion New River Valley Medical Center in Christiansburg, Virginia, and we have Dr. Michael Kelly as the cath lab medical director, and you'll be hearing from him a little bit later on PERT. Carilion Medical Center, Carilion Run Memorial, our cath lab Dr. Ayub Mirza, and of course, Dr. Brzezinski is an interventional cardiologist with us as well. Clinch Valley Medical Centers in Richlands, Virginia. Johnston Memorial Hospital, part of Ballard Medical, is in Abington, Virginia, and their cath lab medical director is Dr. Gregory Miller. Lewis Gale Medical Center in Salem, cath lab medical director, Dr. Richard Constance. Lewis Gale Hospital, Montgomery, located in Blacksburg, Dr. John Patterson is the cath lab medical director, and Sova Health Martinsville in Martinsville, Virginia. Dr. Nazim Khan is cardiologist there, and shout out to Tanya Hodges, who is very faithful in attending our regional meetings. She's the cath lab manager. This is our regional data. This is our data review. This is what we look at each of our regional rolling 4 quarters. We have are 3 facilities that that send data, and not everybody in our region is in the. We have some opportunities in the region for the data to get to Eddie. So this is just what we review. This is rolling 4 quarters out of the NCDR, and as you can see, our door-to-device times, first medical contact to device, and the door-to-door to reperfusion times are what we are looking at each regional meeting, and all of the 3 facilities here are pretty much in line with the same sorts of times for door to device and first medical. Of course, there's room for improvement. We're in the 70s for the first medical contact to device, but yeah, the bar's getting set really high here for the 60 minutes. So we've got lots of work to do, but obviously you can. Oh, well, but yeah, we have I think every region obviously has its concerns and so forth, terrain to get to their facilities. Of course, Eastern has all of the water to deal with, and we have lots of mountains as well as the central and areas do too, and Northern with the traffic. So we all have some concerns. They're a little bit different though. And as you can see, our door-to-door to reperfusion times, that's where we have a lot of work that we can do, lots of opportunities, let's say. Our regional meetings are held quarterly. We have a hybrid option now. Of course, through the pandemic, the throes of the worst parts of the pandemic, we were all virtual. Now we're have a hybrid option, and our meetings are held alternating between Lewis Gale and Salem and Run Memorial in Roanoke. Agenda items, our standard agenda items include our data reporting, roundtable discussion with our facilities that are present, as well as the EMS agencies that are there. And this year, and we always have a clinical presentation, a topic, educational topic as well. This year, we focused on what the VHAC initiatives have been, which PERT, cardiogenic shock, thrombolytic use. And our last meeting, we had our Western EMS Council, one of the ED physicians that's on the protocol writing board, come and speak to us about the calls for our data protocols for cardiac transports and that kind of thing. So very interesting discussion and conversation for all of our teams to hear about different medications and things being used. And our next meeting is going to be in November. This is the older VHAC mission statement, so I'll just speed through this. But I think in keeping with the new mission and vision of VHAC, looking at our goals to focus on improving patient care and outcomes throughout our region, and of course, throughout all of Virginia. But we have opportunities for improvement, definitely with our door in, door out times. That's what we've definitely recognized throughout the region, and even had discussion at our last regional meeting. Of course, opportunities for those improvement is early STEMI identification at the first facility, access to timely transportation, which we all, like I said, have our terrain issues getting to the hospital, and then of course protocols at our outside hospitals and also the PCI receiving centers. So of course, the reduction in the door in, door out time is going to ultimately reduce our door-to-door to reperfusion time, and with the ultimate goal of decreasing total ischemic times. And another focus is to increase our EMS involvement at our regional meetings. I've talked about this for some time. I've had the opportunity to be involved with VHAC for many, many years, actually since the beginning. And we had a really robust attendance of our EMS partners originally. And then even before the pandemic, it was kind of dwindling off. But since the pandemic, with turns and so forth, we really have wanting to improve this for sure. About 3 years ago, we sent out a survey to all of our EMS agencies in the region, and also our hospitals, to see what time frames would fit best for people to attend and participate. And it was kind of like flat across, a third meetings, a third one at lunchtime meetings, and a third one at evenings. So we've tried to alternate things, but we're going to go ahead and try to send out a more robust survey and try to get more participation with that. And actually, to each meeting, to include an EMS topic, to have an EMS provider present meetings as well. And I want to thank, I don't know how I'm doing on time. Maybe since we were doing so well, I could talk a whole lot longer, right? I'll just make up the rest of the time. But anyway, I want to thank, many thanks to our team members throughout the Western region that work diligently every day to care for our communities. Shout out to our EMS partners, our ED teams, cardiologists, interventional cardiologists, cath lab teams, and cardiac surgeons that come in all hours of the day and night and weekends, holidays, and that kind of thing to take care of all of our emergent cardiac patients. Of course, our inpatient staff, outpatient services, including cardiac rehabs, heart failure clinics, etc. It takes the whole team, every link to take care of these patients. So shout out to everybody, and actually everybody in this room too. You need to congratulate yourselves for coming out today and supporting VHAC and all the measures therefore. And these are our contact information.
Well, fantastic. And I want to kind of segue or echo the gratitude thing. If you guys get tired of me thanking you, just say stop. But as leaders, and I think you just really touched on that. I mean, I feel tremendous gratitude because this is a huge task, and to look out and see all of you who are engaged. I mean, I communicate with and work with you week to week, and I just see the tremendous amount of time. And a lot of this stuff is stuff that you don't really have to do, right? It's not officially in your job description. I mean, maybe it is, but you do it with such passion and such consistency. You know, there is a reason why started VHAC contact to device time was in excess of 95 minutes. Now, I had to pull old Medicare data and all kinds of stuff to arrive at that number. We are down now to 67, 68 minutes.
Around there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's just phenomenal. And we know that, you know, in the world of reperfusion care, 20, 30 minutes is huge. So one more time, give yourself a round of applause. I was sort of taking notes because regions are different, but they're also similar. And I'm seeing kind of recurrent successes, but also some of the challenges that are coming up too. One of the things I'll comment on is the fact that Virginia is a very geographically diverse state, and it's always going to be that way. We all seem to have different kinds of challenges, be it traffic, water, resources, what have you. But really, it's doing the best we can with the geographical barriers that are there. So, you know, as you said, you feel like, you know, the bar has been raised and the competition is intense now. This is all a healthy competition, by the way, but it's there. But you know, it's hard. I mean, how long are some of your longer ground transport times? Probably 60 plus minutes. Yeah. I know we deal with that in the southern region, right? And I don't Charlotte Courthouse or Nelson County, but it was 50, 55 minutes and they did everything they could, but you know, you can't make up for that ground. So we do the best we can. I want to take, since we've done well with time, I won't go over, but I thought maybe we would sort of use this, as Sherry allows, 5 minutes to just kind of ask each other questions or see how other regions are dealing with various challenges. What I'm hearing, just to kind of get us started, the big themes are overall, we're doing well, all things considered, but engagement is probably the number one issue. MD engagement, to a lesser degree, EMS engagement, getting them to meetings that work with, you know, your cath lab docs, they want to stick at 7:30 or 8. EMS is still working. How do you bring all those folks together? And then the other thing that I'm sensing is the challenge of getting that data out in front of people, right? We all see it, but how do we show it to our colleagues to kind of light a little bit of a fire? So I'm going to throw that out there as kind of conversation starters, but let you rove and hand the mic off, and you guys, whatever questions, concerns, anything, now's the time.
Hi, Dusty Lynn from Thomas Jefferson EMS and Council. And our educators throughout the state are very coordinated. We have monthly meetings, we get together. Is there an EMS agency that is doing this well and want to make like not a protocol, but a prototype? Hey, these were the challenges we had. This is how we overcame them. And this is what we're doing that we can share throughout the state.
Great. Clearly there are agencies, we got folks here. So are you thinking maybe even sort of at the next meeting, we just kind of do a case discussion, like we're agency X and this is how we overcame these things. So throw that out there. What separates your high performing or not so high performing agencies?
These agencies, sorry. And with the data collection that you're already doing, which agencies are really performing well?
Mm-hmm.
And how can are they willing to share that and say, hey, this is what we do?
I'm going to go ahead and put people on the spot. Bob. That's right. He's trying to hide. Bob, you spent a lot of time with EMS education, see a lot of agencies, been in the business. What separates a high performing STEMI agency from another?
Resources. There are those that have and those that have not.
Mm-hmm.
Some places have incredible training centers with other people don't even have for their service. And so my big vision for VHAC is that we are kind of a clearinghouse for that. If no one else, who will? Well, we can have resources such as presentations and things like that that we can make available to these rural areas that don't get that. I traveled as state educator throughout the state for 3 years, and instead of surveys, I got firsthand knowledge. And they told me what their weaknesses were and what they needed help in. And the biggest thing was getting information, education out to them so I could do this. And so if we can develop a statewide curriculum, so to speak, and like Dusty said, centers for excellence that have that, then we are willing to share that with others. And, through VHAC independently, we can say we have this program that we can get that knowledge out there to the providers and make them feel included that way. Because it's very hard for some people in a rural area to come in. Other people in a big city, it might be that they have too much going on. And so, but where we can come along is give them the resources or make available the resources for each individual agency to achieve excellence. Some people don't know where to start. Other people are in the next generation.
Perfect. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it. Thank you. Great. I guess, Sherry, we're winding down on 1 minute. Any other comments, questions, advice for your colleagues in the final minute? I feel like an auctioneer here. Going, anything else? If not, we will go to break and then convene the clinical work group session. Thank you.
I didn't know. We also do,
For your service.
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't want to take the very last minute. Oh, yeah, yeah. But I could say maybe you could. Number one thing that I see EMS needs from hospital systems is feedback on staff. If I give them access to regional medical centers, I want to improve that. This is a 3-page document that shows the EMS ECG, EMS write-up, all the statistics, door to blue and all that. Pre-imposed angiogram.
Yeah. Oh.
It's just a 3-page document. It should be. It's emailed to myself and the chief medical officer.
We'll talk about this, I guess.
All the time.
I can do it, Sherry. We know what room are you in? 208? Yeah, I'm gonna go check it out. Okay. I just need to.
Not only, trying to develop to make it easier. Like I, a couple months ago. I'm making. The original, reason for that clinical work, why the more we look and the more we hear feedback like that, it's kind of feeling maybe a straight.
Oh, I mean, I like to work.
What we do at Lynchburg General is I just pick a phone. It's 2 a.m. I get them to the dispatch or whatever, say, hey, great job, it's gonna be right, all that kind of stuff. Some hospitals actually send them something in 24 hours. But the providers have no idea they're right. So, I'm thinking out loud, but I think that's a great. Yeah.
Like, for some little time, you know, like, I don't know. That's necessary. And then. The trauma side is also making the policy about like. But when we do, and I know you're cardiac, focused, but like trying to get back from you know, we're like just like, look at you know,
I think I fixed this where the space bar was working a second ago. That's so weird. Thing is, maybe it goes to sleep here or something. I don't know what's going on. It's just a little. Now the space bar is working.
Yeah. And is this where Farrell?
I feel like.
Yeah, this one's. Oh yeah, the click works too. I don't know. It's a new computer. It should be. Should be good. Well, it might still be a little finicky. I thought I had it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine.
Cool. Yeah. How's the fan working? You staying cool? Good, good.
I turned it off.
Okay. I could feel it whirring a little bit. Like. Hey there, Lori. Nice to meet you. Huh.
About how you're connecting the agency because you're the, like, we have several.
Everyone, while we have a break, please be sure to check out our sponsors, Abiomed and Stryker.
Sure. We can put it on our roadmap. I mean, we have a whole committee who is helping to work with our research and publications. And that would go into that. Yeah. That'd be fantastic. Absolutely. I'll make a note of that. Thank you so much for thinking of us. Absolutely.
I think, so I started in 2009, and we got running back.
Wow.
There's a lot of local work, and then we have to stay there.
Yeah, that's how. That's awesome. Appreciate the offer. Definitely, it's been a learning journey in terms of just trying to make sure we're comparing apples to apples at least as much as we can.
Some of the research from our HIV team, they seem to be going further apart in, you know, a number of elements that are absolutely, you know.
Yeah, And that's why we've kind of had to really be careful how we focus these different measures because the exclusion criteria are very complex and yeah, so we've tried to, blend them as best we can. Obviously, it's a constant learning journey. But yeah, we're getting there definitely. As more centers sign on too, hopefully the power of the database will increase as well. Okay.
So we're trying to.
That's great. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, we've had trouble engaging those sites quite a bit. That sounds like a perfectly aligned mission there. Fantastic. You as well, Lori. Thank you so much for coming. Oh, of course. Appreciate you being here today. We will definitely put that on our list for sure.
Hello.
How you doing, Megan?
Good, how are you?
Excellent.
Give me data that you're not up there. That didn't have my message. I don't think because we're still having problems getting it communicated, right?
It should have had. It should. We can double check that, but
I just didn't
yeah.
know that's there. But my mind's probably stuck on STS.
I know St. Mary's for sure should be it. The other ones I know we were still having a couple issues, but let me double check on that. And I thought we had those issues. There was an issue with the operator codes, and they're still working on that one. We met with our database team last week on that. But the data itself should be there. Yeah, the facility level data.
Because Mary Beth and I sent you first last week to
Okay. Right.
we can grab that you have for the facilities based on the STEMI outcomes that would help further on our roadshow.
Absolutely. I will verify that and make sure you have the codes. No, I know. I'm just making a note so I don't forget.
That would be really good if we could say, hey, these two universities are this is the chart, and the two that aren't. My suspicion is they're on the right end. The right side. When you met with the data team,
I don't want to give an ETA just because I don't want it to be wrong. It usually takes some time. I would say a month or two, but yeah. That's probably a good just we have a lot of projects going on with them right now. Absolutely. It's the safest. I wanted to thank you for your. Yeah. You can walk in the room and
Are we gonna have? So what I'll say is, if we finish, we want to leave the hour for lunch. It's gonna take that much time to filter through. I guess if we finish a little early, that's 90 minutes. We can just hit them with questions wherever they fit. Yeah, I guess logistically that would not have worked. Not big. I guess it's. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, we're about to get started again. You want to grab your last, well, a cup of coffee or some water and join us?
I'll take that from you and I'll make sure the clinical work groups, only questions.
Okay. Okay, online, in the chat, there's information on how to claim your CME credits. Our EMS providers that are online, please remember to have your cameras on. We are recording this as proof. And also we need you to put your name, your email address, your certificate number, and your level in the chat as well. I am transferring that information and putting it on the manual roster here. So far, we have 2 people online that is claiming credits based on the information that is there. Everyone in the room who is looking forward to claiming credits, if you're looking for CME credits as a physician or a nurse, on the tables, there are information on how to claim those credits. For our EMS leaders who need credits, if you have not signed the form and checking in, please go to the registration desk and complete that form. So let's go ahead and get started, and I'll turn it back over to Dr. O'Brien.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. So we are at a very exciting point in the meeting. We're going to hear from our clinical work groups today. This was the fruits of about 12 months worth of labor on these clinical questions that I touched on in my intro. We've got a lot of data, survey data, and other information to cover. So we're going to be pretty tight on the time. I would ask that we hold our questions till the end. We wanted to have a full panel, but logistically it didn't work out in this room. But I thought if we finish up a few minutes early from the clinical work groups, then maybe we can just fire away with questions to the leads on these and go from there. So without any other delay, we are, who's up first? Thrombolytics.
Actually, no.
Okay. All right. I'm Mike Contos, and I helped work on this thrombolytic uptake work group recommendations. And the way we kind of designed it was to say, what are our primary and secondary objectives of this? The three primary ones was to better define who should receive fibrinolytic or thrombolytic treatment, define which drug you should give and how you should give it, and the appropriate adjunctive treatments. And this is primary for the presenting hospital where patients present, typically a community hospital. And then secondary recommendations along the lines of defining when the patient should undergo coronary angiography and any other treatment monitoring opportunities and questions that may come up. It's actually fairly common. We did a survey looking across the institutions in Virginia. This was from 14 responses. And you can see almost 40 different sites refer patients in for treatment for acute MI or acute STEMI. So it's not an uncommon problem. Obviously, if you look through this, you can see many of these hospitals are fairly small. So it's a kind of a high risk, low frequency event. Looking at the overall treatment strategy, approximately a quarter of them receive thrombolytics as the primary strategy. When I looked through the chest pain MI data just recently from 2013, it was pretty comparable to that. It's about a third of patients. So it's only a minority of those patients who were referred in. And you can see rarely used in 40%, sometimes in 13. And there's a primary treatment in almost none of them. When should you consider giving thrombolytics? Well, if you look at specific guidelines and is the way these slides are set up is we have some educational slides to be able to use this as a presentation at your community hospitals to try to increase the frequency of use. At least in some of our discussions, we found that one of the primary barriers is lack of education and familiarity. Most people that are coming through training now have really never trained at academic centers and have very rarely ever given thrombolytics, whereas if you work at a community hospital, this is actually not going to be infrequent. Well, clearly, we all know recommendations are to get the artery open as quickly as possible, and typically it's the current recommendations for transfer patients are less than 120 minutes or 2 hours. So this is going to be primarily an issue giving thrombolytics to patients that are coming from far away. At least for us, our two referring centers are more than 50 miles away, and trying to meet that goal is almost going to be impossible. If you are considering or doing a primary PCI strategy, it's critical that you assess and monitor your times to confirm that these goals are actually being met. If you're not looking at it, you're not going to know how well you're actually doing. And we were surprised, at least in some of them that were a shorter distance, at how long it was actually taking. These recommendations just kind of they tend to be fairly wordy, but just to highlight the key points again, first medical to device time, less than 120 minutes, and you should be considering giving fibrinolytics if you can't meet that strategy. These transfer times are actually frequently prolonged, as Eddie showed in our data earlier. Our overall door in, door out time in Virginia is about 56 minutes. If you look at the chest pain MI registry, it's about 78 minutes. And then for both of them, the transfer times are about 30 minutes. So you're already pushing that time limit even if you don't consider the time to get to the cath lab. Who should not get lytics? Well, here's a list of absolute and relative contraindications that we tried to summarize in a more succinct pattern. So it can be used as a checklist at your referring hospital for determining whether the patient's eligible or not, and actually could be used as a potential pre-hospital checklist as well for patients being transferred in. I think everybody that does use thrombolytics uses T and K. I think some of the questions that have come up that we often see is that although there is a reduction in rate of lower major bleeding, there's really no difference in overall efficacy compared with TPA, and it actually doesn't work any faster, even though you're giving it a bolus. So doing an EKG 5 minutes after you give it, it's not going to really show reperfusion. We've started a strategy of using half-dose lytics for those over the age of 75 based on the STREAM study. Again, as an informational slide for your referring institutions, there's a clear relationship that as the patient gets older, the risk of intracranial hemorrhage goes up. That bar starts to go up around 70 to 75. We use 75 as a cutoff because this is what was used in the STREAM study, a strategy of thrombolytics prior to transfer. And what they found is when they reduced the dose to half dose in over 75, the rate of intracranial hemorrhage dropped from 8% down to 0%. Adjunctive therapy is also critical for keeping the artery open. Everyone's aware of giving heparin. giving aspirin. Heparin should also be giving as a bolus in an infusion, with clopidogrel at 300 milligrams at less than 75 and 75 milligrams for those that are older. This helps to keep the artery open after it's been open. And there's a slide that I've included here, at least in the slide deck that's hidden here, that you can look at for reference and teaching purposes for your institution. These are the secondary goals. When should a patient undergo coronary angiography? Typically, the current recommendations are 2.5 to 3 hours, so not earlier than that due to the risk of bleeding, but typically within 24 hours if they remain clinically stable. And I think when we've had discussions in our work groups, that's typically going to be the next working day, even if the patient comes in over the weekend. And then emergent angiography, those that are high risk based on the lack of reperfusion, who have shock or other potential complications. And again, these are outlined in the guidelines as for references as well. We've put these together as a kind of a flow sheet to try to make it a little bit easier. It can be blown up. As you can see, the initial steps are outlined here. Patient presents with possible ACS, and EKG is performed and interpreted within 10 minutes. If it does show STEMI, you would activate your alert. Screen the patient for eligibility for thrombolytics to determine the availability of transport. And it may be a strategy depending on the weather that if you can get helicopter transport, then primary PCI would be the way. If not, ground transport is going to take substantially longer, then you would consider using thrombolytics at that point. If you're not sure about if the patient can meet the time goals, or you're not sure about whether or not they truly have a STEMI, consult with your receiving center to determine it. What we'd like to do is try to get the referring hospitals out of the process of asking for permission to give thrombolytics. This should be given up front. At least in our institute, what we found is that just calling us is going to add up a minimum of 15 minutes of timing for telephone calls and discussion to determine whether or not they receive it. If they do receive the thrombolytics, it should be within 30 minutes. Administer adjunctive medication as outlined before, and then facility of the lytic administration in time, because this can be very helpful, at least in our institute, for determining whether or not the patient is actually reperfused. We also like to get an EKG prior to either at 60 minutes or just prior to transfer, so we can make clinical decisions about whether or not we think the patient needs to go directly to the cath lab or they have evidence of reperfusion. We can monitor them for clinical stability in our CICU. So I think, again, this would be open for discussion as you kind of look through it. If there's any other things we would think we should be added, or there's too much information here for this. Other considerations we're going to be working on that we've come up, at least when we've been working on a working group in our institute, is how do you monitor these patients afterwards, both hemodynamically and for neurologic complications? In a quick survey of institutes across the state, there's a wide variety of how frequently you do it and how long you monitor them. And it's markedly, the risk of stroke or intracranial hemorrhage is going to be a little bit lower than patients who receive lytics for stroke. But the monitoring strategy we use in others is actually markedly shorter than what we've seen for patients who are treated with lytics post-stroke. And then for additional things for education, we're trying to put together our definition as a reperfusion. And for those centers that are particularly in the far western part of this state, where it may even be 2 hours before you get to a hospital, consideration of EMS administered thrombolytics as well as a potential strategy too. Obviously, that would require some additional education as well. So I'll stop there. And as Pete said, we'll get together for questions at the end. Thanks.
Hey, thank you so much, Dr. Contos. I will call Dr. O'Brien back up, but just one question, Dusty, thank you. Everyone, we will be sending out these slides and we are recording this, so we'll send the recording as well. For those of you who are online, if you have not put your email address in the chat, I don't know who to email it to, so please make sure you do that. And so inviting up our next group, Dr. O'Brien, you want to kick that next group off?
Thanks, Mike. That was great. Next group is the PE response team. Dr. Kelly, do you want to come on up?
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, everybody. I think we got to get the slide. Oh,
Excellent, Rocky. There it works.
hello, morning again. My name is Michael Kelly, interventional cardiologist with a Carilion Clinic at New River Valley in the southwest part of the state in the western region. I know we're in UVA country right now, but we're from the rival school of Virginia Tech. So go Hokies. So for our work group, the objective the PERT work group is to align all hospitals across the state with a standardized approach to the management of PE patients and develop unified protocols. Our goals are to adopt best practices, which are evidence-based. Interdisciplinary community collaboration is key. PERT is a combined collaborative effort with multiple specialties between interventionalists, pulmonary critical care, and your referring physicians who in the ED and your hospitalist colleagues. We want to eventually, and our goal is for data collection and sharing best practices, reviewing interesting cases, and also this is kind of a new frontier. And there's a lot of opportunities for collecting data and reviewing outcomes and asking clinical questions. Again, we want to align with national guidelines to develop our protocols and provide continual updates and improvements with data collection and case reviews and reviewing latest clinical studies. So we'll then kind of a little overview of the topic is we'll take a different approach. Which patients are we looking at, and why do we want to do this? Approximately 50% patients are eligible for reperfusion therapy, for advanced therapies for reperfusion, and those patients that are eligible have very high mortality rates. And you're looking at the biggest group that you would treat with PERT are the intermediate risks. We used to call the submassive PE. We now classify those as intermediate risk. That's 40% of the PE population. And these patients that are eligible for reperfusion have very high mortality rates. So an intermediate risk PE patient has a 10% in hospital mortality. The 5% of patients who are high risk, we used to call those massive PE. We now classify those as high risk. That's 5% of the PE population, but that's a 30 to 40% in hospital mortality. So, I think it's very noble to try to shave off door to balloon times from 70 down to 60 minutes for mortality rates in STEMI patients, which like 1%. We have a disease process where mortality rates are very high, 10% intermediate risk, 30 to 40% mortality for high risk patients. For some of those patients that are just getting IV heparin. And there's a lot with newer devices. There's a lot that we can do to really impact and save lives here. So a little bit of a call to action. So how to classify these patients? So risk stratification for PE is very key, and we're looking at the categories, the two categories on the left, and also focusing on the middle, the intermediate risk patients. How do you define that? These are patients who have normal blood pressure but have RV strain. The high-risk patients are patients who have higher degrees of RV strain but are hypotensive. So going back to the intermediate risk patients, normal blood pressure, RV strain is defined by the RV-LV ratio. So looking at the size of the RV to the LV and just comparing the diameter. So if that RV to LV ratio is above 0.9, that's a patient who has RV strain. We train our radiologists to put that in the reports and also to put that RV-LV ratio. So normal tensive patient with RV strain is a patient that is a good candidate for PERT. They often have positive enzymes, not always. The troponin level is greater than 50 for both men and women for PE. And these patients also have a large central clot. So normal tensive patient with RV strain, intermediate risk. The high-risk patients have higher degrees of that. So they have greater degrees of RV strain. Their enzymes are going to be much higher. They have larger degrees of central clot, and their blood pressure is dropped. So those are the high-risk patients. Again, 30 to 40% in hospital mortality for high risk, 10% in hospital mortality for the intermediate risk patients. So those are the patients that we're targeting for PERT. I always like to include an example of RV strain, so it's easy to measure. You take the diameter right above the valve, about a centimeter above the valve, and you compare the diameter from the RV to the LV. That gives you the RV-LV ratio. This is a patient that received a PE thrombectomy with an RV-LV ratio of 1.8. Intermediate also subclassified to intermediate/high and intermediate/low based on the troponin level. So if you have RV strain and your troponin is positive above 50, that's intermediate/high. And if your troponin is negative, that's intermediate/low. So for those, intermediate/high is the standard patient that you'll perform a either ECOS or thrombectomy, but intermediate/low is still eligible. So if the troponin is negative but they have RV strain, if we look for the central clot, if there's a large central clot, that's a patient that would benefit from either ECOS or the thrombectomy. Again, so again, the intermediate risk patients negative troponin. If we see a large central clot on the PE, that's a good patient to take to the cath lab for an intervention. And as you go up from low to intermediate/low, up the spectrum up to the high risk, you can see how the mortality rates increase in this study presented here. What are our options? Catheter-directed thrombolysis or catheter-directed thrombectomy. Catheter-directed thrombolysis with ECOS are the two devices for thrombectomy are the Inari and the Penumbra device. Inari is the more powerful device, but higher profile. It's a 24 French device. For the venous system, the bleeding rates for that large bore are very low. The venous system is very forgivable. So we've seen very low bleeding rates, and we use Inari as our go-to device, and we've seen very little on bleeding rates. Penumbra is still an excellent device, lower profile. It's a 16 French device, still works very well. So some of the clinical data. This is the Ultima trial. So ECOS was the first device that was used for reperfusion and has the first study. And this is a randomized trial. It's called the Ultima. It was published in 2014 in Circulation. And the endpoint that we're looking at is that RV-LV ratio. So RV-LV ratio pre-thrombolysis versus post. And they looked at that as at 24 hours. And so patients randomized. It was a small study. I mean, we don't have 10,000 patient trials for PE. We have small studies like 60 patients. But they were randomized for ECOS with IV heparin versus IV heparin alone. And looking at the RV-LV ratios within 24 hours, there was a significant reduction with ECOS versus no change with IV heparin. And it's about a 25% reduction with the devices. So you'll see, and typically if you measure the RV-LV ratio within 24 hours, you'll see the RV within 24 hours typically come back to normal. Okay, but in the studies, it's about a 25% reduction in that. So and that's sustained out to 90 days. And the change is greater with the ECOS catheter. The studies for thrombectomy, for Inari, it's the FLAIR study. For Penumbra, it's the extract PE. Similar reductions in the RV-LV ratio, about a 25% reduction. Some of the larger registries is Inari has the FLASH study. It's 800 patient registry looking at clinical outcomes. They looked at primarily intermediate/high risk, but there was also 8% of patients were high risk PE patients. And what they saw in this large registry is, again, mortality rates 10% for intermediate, 30 to 40% for high risk. Patients receiving treated with an Inari device, 0.8%. So the bar has really so the outcomes and these procedures work, and the outcomes are really improved for patients. Low bleeding risks, 1 to 2% major bleeding rates for a PE thrombectomy with a large 24 French device. So you can see the bar has just shifted. So on the right, which is historical controls for intermediate risk patients at a 10% mortality, we're now getting less than 1% for patients receiving advanced therapies with thrombectomy procedures. explain, just briefly mention this. This is a study looking at high-risk patients treated with thrombectomy versus about 60 patients compared to 60 patients with historical control, with treated with standard of care without thrombectomy, primarily IV thrombolysis. And if you look at the graph on the bottom right, so you're the 30% mortalities, which is typically what you would see for high-risk patients. With high-risk patients treated with PE thrombectomy, the mortality rate's at less than 2%. So you can see the impact these devices can make. Future trials, a randomized trial is are in the works. For an RA, it's the Peerless. There's Peerless 1, Peerless 2. Peerless 1 is an RA versus thrombolysis. And that trial, I think, is finished. We're awaiting those results. Peerless 2 is an RA versus anticoagulation. And for Penumbra, it's the STORM trial, which is a Penumbra versus anticoagulation, looking at, instead of looking at RV-LV ratios, but also clinical outcomes. It's a composite clinical endpoint you can see below. So let's just look at some cases. Well, this is our first case that we did at Carilion New River. This is a 60-year-old patient who presented with syncope. He was intermediate/high risk. His RV LV ratio was 1.5. Troponin was 900. He presented with a saddle PE. He had a DVT on venous duplex. Here's an example of a saddle PE on the left. You can see the clot and the main pulmonary artery extending out to the right and left main pulmonary artery. This is our RV-LV ratio was elevated. And this is the clot that we removed with thrombectomy. It's pretty impressive what you can see here. And here's his pulmonary angiogram, which was normal after the procedure. This is the right pulmonary artery, the left pulmonary artery, and then the middle, the one on the right is the you can see the saddle PE was fully resolved. This is echo the day later. So the RV was 1.1, ratio went from 1.5 down to normal. So 24 hours his RV is normal. He went home 48 hours. Just saw him recently in the office. He's doing fantastic, back to playing soccer. Yeah. This is another case that we did with Inari. And on the left is an angiogram pre-procedure. You can see the large clot in left pulmonary artery with very little flow going to the rest of the circulation. In the middle, that's after thrombectomy. The clot is fully resolved, and you can see how much clot we removed from the left to this patient again discharged within 48 hours. Ratio pre 1.6, it was 1.1 after the procedure. Here's a case with penumbra. On the left, you can see a large clot in the left pulmonary artery, and on the bottom, you can see that there's a large lobar branch that's not perfused. And with penumbra, you can actually direct it a little bit easier to the distal circulation. And so we advanced that catheter all the way down to the bottom portion of the left pulmonary artery, and we removed that clot. And you can see the lobar branch, which is a large territory, was fully restored. And you can see the clot that we removed with penumbra. Okay. So we sent out a survey, so just to get back to the work group, and have some highlights of that, and I'll just try to finish up within the next few minutes. So with our responses, so what is the volume of PE intervention? So it ranged from anywhere from 25, 40 to 70 at our hospital at New River, which is smaller hospital, but we started a program 8 months ago. We've done 32 cases, so we're on par to do within the 40 to 50 range at a smaller hospital across the state. It's kind of split between interventional cardiology and radiology, so about kind of half-half as far as doing the procedure. And thrombectomy is more popular. It was more popular than the thrombolysis. And the device that was most commonly used was the penumbra. So more PE thrombectomy, more penumbra than Inari. And so those are some of the results that we obtained. Here's a protocol that we have. I'm not going to go over this. So this is just for a reference, but essentially this is what we use, and we can model this as our protocol and get input from other centers. But our ED and our hospice are pretty if they see a PE and if there's RV strain, that kind of gets them into the PERT protocol. So that's all we ask. Is it a PE, RV strain? What's the troponin level? And they're pretty good at recognizing, and radiology reports the RV strain. They look for the troponin levels and they use that to activate the PERT program. Our PERT team is at New Rivers, interventional cardiology, pulmonary critical care, and whoever's seeing the patient initially, the hospice or the ED. We review the case, do risk stratification, and we do final risk stratification and make a recommendation if this is a patient that's appropriate for the cath lab. And this is the algorithm that we use for treatment. Treating the intermediate/high routinely, and the high within like non-STEMIs within usually electively within a 24-hour period of time. High risk PEs like analogous to STEMIs, try to do them within a few hours. And intermediate risk patients who have negative troponins, the intermediate low, if they have large central clot, that's a good patient for thrombectomy. So kind of last slide here, what are our next steps is we would like to enhance our participation. So we're just kind of asking if at your hospital, if you have a PERT program, we're asking both for physician and non-physician leaders to participate in the work group so that we can develop the standardized protocols across the state. Data collection, some things, there's a lot of that we could do as far as looking at case volumes across regions. So looking at the devices used, clinical outcomes such as mortality, bleeding rates, hospital stays. Like for shock patients, where we're looking at metrics for CPO and lactate, we'd like to say, are you measuring PA pressures pre and post? Are you measuring the RV-LV ratio? So just looking at those two things, and if we were measuring that, we could help improve outcomes. And so and also looking at outcomes for PE and shock. So those are kind of our goals. And thank you very much.
Okay, that was phenomenal. And remember the card tents, the QR code will link you to all the protocols and the survey results and a lot of stuff. Again, we want VHAC to be a home, kind of a resource for these types of clinical questions. I realize that there are probably a lot of burning questions out there and we've made everybody wait. So maybe just jot those down. And again, at the end, we'll have some time. You can ask Mike and others questions about their topics. So with that, we are coming to EMS education, if I remember. Yeah, we'll get the slides teed up. Yes, EKG education, Bob Page, it's all you.
Morning. How y'all doing? Well, let's get going here with a quote. There we go. Everybody knows this guy, right? And one of his famous quotes was, "Democracy will fail if the people are not educated." That's a great quote because anything will fail if the people are not educated. And so no matter what our mission is, the people that we serve and ourselves need to be educated. I like to say that it's not what you don't know. It's what you don't know it's going to cause problems. And so sometimes what we don't know just kind of pops up sometime with the training. I didn't know that. So as I travel around the state as state educator and talk to the EMS personnel, I would do this class and the comments were, "Oh, I didn't know that. And so when you have feedback like that, you establish a knowledge gap. And so a knowledge gap assessment is what I call it. And so when you see the gap, you try to fill it. And you fill it with knowledge. And so it's a matter of us going forward and helping folks out. So what our committee does, the EMS Education Committee or EKG Education Committee, is that we're going to develop a curriculum and a course that we can distribute amongst all the services through the VHAC website, and even have some asynchronous ways of doing this as well. So we want to get a program that's going to be standardized Commonwealth wide that everybody can take advantage of and use it with that particular one. It's going to be very important that we collaborate with hospital facilities. One of the biggest feedbacks I got across the state was that once we drop a patient off, we have no idea what happened. And so EMS is one of those professions that we're with the patient maybe 30 minutes, and then that's the end of it. We don't know what happens to them. And, we'll hear the occasional, you did a really good job, man. We got him in the cath lab, way to go. And sometimes we hear, well, that wasn't too good, and here's how it can improve. But what about on a daily basis? EMS is one of those professions where once we drop a patient off, we don't know what happens at the end. And it's not just for STEMI, it's for stroke, it's for sepsis, it's for trauma, and so how do we get closure EMS wise? Well, I've been involved in many systems in my career. One system in Missouri, we were the first to do thrombolytics in the field. This was in the 90s when there weren't that many cath labs. And we had a seat at the table. And so that's what I like to say, a seat at the table. Most hospitals have cardiovascular care committees, they have stroke committees, they have trauma committees, and they meet regularly and discuss cases. Physicians have grand rounds, nurses have grand rounds, but medics, we have drop patient off in dark hole. And so maybe a seat at the table, maybe the hospitals could have a seat at the cardiovascular care committee to have a paramedic sitting there. Now, keep in mind, if you're a training officer for a ambulance service, to go to all those meetings is really a strain on your time. How about getting people from the field who are field paramedics who don't have responsibility, have them have a seat at the table. And that way they can bring that information back. You want to talk about inclusive, put a field provider at the table, not one of your officers at the table, and let them go. Give them a day off the shift to go talk about things they see in the field. And we did that routinely in the system I worked in, and we rotate them out. People come in and do that. They report back to the EMS as a whole. And so having a seat at the table, I think, is a way to bridge some of those gaps, because every case that happens through there, they usually review and they can see the outcome of it and come tell them. Some people have trouble accessing hospital information because a HIPAA flag gets thrown up or something like that. Well, if it's quality improvement, it's free from discovery in most places, because that's how we improve our care, is understand what happened. So that's the biggest part of it there. And of course, sharing of the data is a big part of it too. We need to know what happened to these patients in all areas. So it's been this way since the very first Mission Lifeline guidelines. When they say get with the guidelines, here's the original Class 1 recommendation. An important key component of STEMI system care is performance of out-of-hospital 12 leads with transmission or interpretation of EMS providers and vascular receiving facility. That's the recognition and activation part right there. And you notice it doesn't say the word advanced. It doesn't say the word paramedic. It doesn't say any of that, because when Mission Lifeline started, their goal was to get 12 lead machines to the rural areas. I remember working with Montana's EMS agency when we did the first Mission Lifeline rollouts. Come to find out, Montana has 80 paramedics statewide. And so who's going to be reading the 12 leads? Who's going to be running the 12 leads if EMS doesn't do 12 leads? And so they made it to where BLS providers could get a 12 lead, run it, and read for something simple like a STEMI, and then transmit it to the hospital, and then they can have that communication with the physicians. And so one of the first cases they had there was 2 park rangers at Yellowstone National Park that took a class, Mission Lifeline class, and had the 12 lead 2 days. They opened it up, ran a 12 lead, and they found the STEMI right there at Old Faithful Lodge. And the helicopter came in, transported them to Bozeman. And before Old Faithful went off again, 94 minutes later, the patient's arteries opened in the cath lab. But see, that couldn't have happened if they had to wait for a paramedic to come from West Yellowstone to run the 12 lead. They had the 12 lead at the park. And so you see the 12 lead seems to be the key here with this. And of course, we all know when EMS or ED physicians activate the cardiac care team, including the cath lab, significant reduction in reperfusion times are observed. People do better. That's why I got a Class 1 recommendation. And so now we know it's important. So what is it that we need to do in EMS to start this whole process? Well, first of all, diagnostic 12 lead or 15 leads are essential for this recognition, whether STEMI or OMI coming up in the future. A diagnostic 12 lead means one that the leads are in the right place and one that is free of artifact. And so those two things are essential for anything, even the queen to read the 12 lead for an OMI. It's got to be a clean EKG, the clean baseline. And when we do the classes and they go, I didn't know you had to prep the skin. What does that mean? And then we find the reasons. I did a survey at the National Association of EMS Physicians meeting back in 2000, and I asked the physicians assembled, write down your top 3 reasons that you would order another 12 lead and not bypass the ED to go to a cath lab or something. And the top 2 were artifact on the EKG and poor R rate progression, which can result for poor lead placement on the patient. And so what was happening was that EMS was running a 12 lead, but they didn't have any controls on how they ran it or whether or not they did a valid one or not. And so this is one of the things that we have to think about when doing this. Also, one of our aggressive goals is to increase the sensitivity for OMI and STEMI by doing serial 12 leads or maybe 15 lead EKGs to expand the sensitivity of what we're trying to do. So currently all Virginia EMS agencies that are ALS are 12 lead capable. So they have a 12 lead machine. That's why they're ALS capable. While EMTs and AMTs can run a 12 lead, only paramedics can interpret STEMI or read ST segment changes. Right now in the state of Virginia, we have 25,000 EMTs and 8,000 paramedics. So there's a lot of sets of eyes that could be reading something as simple as a STEMI or maybe in the future an OMI with a computer algorithm, but that's going to take some changes in education to get them up to speed to do this. And that's something we could be a leader on. Here's something else that's kind of interesting. Standard EMS curriculum does not test competency in 12 lead interpretation or acquisition. So we're turning people out of class that the only competency they have on running an EKG is they passed a written test. They can tell you where to put the leads at, but they've never actually had to do it and prove they can do it and prove they can print it out and show that they did this. And so if we don't have any competency standards, then how can we say we need competency? But keep this in mind. EMS is not just cardiology. You know, we get woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning all the time for a stroke, for a STEMI, for a gunshot wound, for an overdose, for all kinds of things. And so to divide the time up between STEMI training and every other training, we got to work that in somehow. We got to get that in the basic education classes where they start out with the right information. That way they roll into it. But to bring everybody up to speed, you may have this group doing blood transfusions this week. The next group, they're going to be doing a new CPR methodology. And so to work a STEMI in there is going to be some effort. But that's why groups like this can actually help out because we're unified in what we're trying to do here. So for this committee, we're going to develop a well-designed policy procedure for 12 lead, 15 lead acquisition. So they'll see step by step what's important in actually getting a 12 lead. We need to recognize with a standardized course as well. We need to have a competency tool for STEMI recognition and something that's independent, but something that's got the collaboration among all the healthcare providers we have here, cardiologists, emergency physicians, interventionalists. We can come up with a competency tool that meets that standard. Then also, we need to make sure we have a quality improvement program to where individual services know how to assure quality. In other words, we had a system to where we look at all the 12 leads running our system for a week. And once we ran it, we would take a look and we would see, okay, we would see that 70% of the people, 70% of the time we got a good 12 lead, but 30% we did not. So we would drill down and find out what was wrong in those 30% and try to improve the quality. Maybe we should set a benchmark of how many 12 leads should be 100%, you know, clean 12 leads in the right place. What would be our benchmark? Maybe 90% start with and improve after that. If there's a reason why we can't get a clean 12 lead, we need to address that. And that's what we do through a quality improvement process. Also, we know that this work group needs to be open-ended because there's going to be turnover. EMS especially has turnover, new people coming at all times. It was also indicated in the committee that maybe we should get this out to the EMT classes, to the paramedic classes. When they're going through their initial training, have this module taught in the class. So that way they know it before they get on the streets and they actually merge on the highway at 70 and not at 30, if you know what I mean. So we need to include that in there. So this is some of the vision. We've discussed some of these things. We already have an algorithm or a curriculum for the class, which is available when you download the materials for the class. It shows you the objectives, the how, why, what we're going to make that available. The next steps, we're going to finish and trial the course. We're going to develop that skills checkoff list, that competency that we can share with everybody. And we'll develop an instructors that can go out and teach it or a distribution option, such as website, asynchronous. So definitely, if you're interested in teaching some of these acquisition and basic STEMI recognition courses, please reach out to us and we can put you to work with the new curriculum. But either way, it won't be me teaching it all the time. I may be out there, but it's going to be others teaching it locally where you're at. But we'll have unified all across the state. So we're teaching the same class because the same thing matters to all of us. As a little bonus here, the increased sensitivity of 15 leads, this is one of the things I wanted to share with you. That's kind of an initiative that we want to do. Now, this is nothing new. The original study was done by Bob Zelensky and others up in Chicago about acquiring extra lead EKGs. And the purpose of this is to increase sensitivity. Now, we all know that the sensitivity of a 12 lead EKG at best is about 47%. And Dr. Smith spoke about that last night. You know, at best, a STEMI will occur in about 47 to 50% of people that have a heart attack. The rest of them may have a normal EKG. So how do we increase the sensitivity? Well, Zelensky asked the question, what if we added 3 more leads? What if we added 1 on the right side and 2 on the back? Well, what he found in his initial study, and this is what the leads would actually look like there. You got V4 for the right side, V8 and V9. These are people with normal 12 leads or maybe with ST depression, but when you just extended the EKG by 3 leads, look what we found. And so its sensitivity increased by 88%. Now, after that, he kind of intrigued people. And by the way, this increase in sensitivity are people. These are human beings that were sitting around for a rule out MI, suddenly got an upgrade to the cath lab. And they got there and got their artery open. So once they did the study, the gates were open after that. I mean, everybody started doing study on extra lead EKGs. This is 7 through 16. I had to leave out 1 through 7 and 17 through 43. But the conglomerate of all these studies reveal in 3 different groups of patients with risk factors, the sensitivity first was with the 12 lead. Once you look at group 1, their sensitivity for finding a STEMI is 13%. And the 12 lead is supposed to be the thing, right? But if you notice when we increased to 15 leads, look at the increase in sensitivities. And this is all evidence. Now, albeit back in the 1990s, I mean, just because it wasn't done in the last 5 years, does it mean it's not valid? I mean, you know, when you go outside in the rain, you get wet. We don't have to do another randomized placebo-controlled trial on that. We know the outcome. You know what I mean? It's and one physician friend of mine says you can't do a randomized placebo-controlled trial on common sense. So this makes sense. And by the way, do you know how long it takes to run these extra lead EKGs? People say it takes too much time. No, it takes 21 cents to do it. The cost of 3 electrode pads, and it takes 20 seconds to do it. 20 seconds. Now, the good news is, and this is reality based. This is one case from the USS Eisenhower aircraft carrier where the 12 lead basically essentially normal, but you run the 15 lead, you can see elevation in V8 and V9. And so this is someone who got off the aircraft carrier really quick. He's a civilian contractor painting on the boat, right? And just to close here, just to let you know, the technology equipment is now available to facilitate this. Used to be we had to move the leads around and change electrodes around. Hospital-based machines can run 15 leads naturally. And out in the hallway, they're standing out there, go look at it, LifePak 35, the first pre-hospital scene to do 15 leads. Now, why would companies invest in the technology if this wasn't worthwhile? You know, if you want to see how things are working, look at the technology is going with it. You know, this is brand new devices that run multiple lead EKGs beyond the standard 12 lead. So like we said, sometimes it's not what you know, it's what you don't know, you don't know. But now let's add this. And as Thomas Jefferson said, you know, we need to get educated so we can survive with this. And so hopefully it's been helpful to you guys. Thanks a lot.
Great. Thank you, Bob. That was fantastic. I've already written down a bunch of questions for the end of it, so get ready. Next up is ED bypass. Megan again. Very good. Let me see. You should be. Yep, there you go. Okay, great.
All right. Well, hello again. So my name is Megan. I'm part of the Central Region, and I have been given the task of presenting our ED bypass and false activation work groups. In other words, what we'd like to lovingly call this as direct to cath lab and decreasing STEMI overcall. As an introduction to our group, we are a multidisciplinary group that came together consisting of EMS providers, physicians, intensivists, quality care partners, and cardiology to identify opportunities, increasing ED bypass or direct to cath lab. I'm going to keep saying that until it's in your heads. and reduce time to coronary reperfusion. The key issue that we tried to tackle with this group was to delay worsening patient, decrease delays that can worsen patient outcomes. We wanted to really impact that golden hour for MI treatment. So the two challenges that presented ourselves were the direct cath lab. Was there protocols? Was there consistency across the state? What are some of the barriers that we encountered with this? The other one is false activation, STEMI cancellation, STEMI overcall, false overcall. There were lots of terminologies out there that we needed to consolidate and standardize. So first thing we did is we went to the guidelines, and we were blessed enough to have our very own Dr. Michael Contos, who is the lead author of PREACT. There's a really long name up there that I can't say in that amount of time, but we will refer to this as the PREACT article, which was published in the American Heart Association in 2020. It touted the EMS best practices of obtaining that 12-lead ECG that Bob Page was talking about, and then pre-arrival transmissions, getting that ECG to the receiving hospital prior to arrival to activate your teams and have the cath lab ready to receive that STEMI patient. Obviously, our goals with looking at this data is to reduce those false activations, which can have a hindrance both on the patient and our staff in the long run. Definitions. So ED bypass is the term that's commonly known, but we'd like to refer to this as direct to cath lab because sometimes ED bypass can get a little bit confusing. What we call direct cath lab is a practice of EMS activating the STEMI team prior to arrival, transporting that STEMI patient directly to the cath lab, allowing for what we know known as quick reg, because oftentimes we have that EMR and we've got to get them checked in. But what we're doing is avoiding the full offloading of the patient from the EMS stretcher, a medical screening exam, additional labs, additional treatments before they go to cath lab. The idea is get them off the ambulance, get them registered in the system, and get them to cath lab. No stops, just go straight through. And then also identifying the type of feedback we're giving our EMS providers. Oftentimes, like you said, that black hole, you drop off the patient and you don't really get feedback. So our hospitals have made a concerted effort to give directed feedback of what the outcomes were of these patients, and more specifically, what the outcome was if your STEMI activation was canceled. What did you do wrong? Nothing. Most of the time, nothing. Often an overcall would occur if EMS activated and the patient didn't quite meet criteria, the EKG didn't quite meet criteria, and the activation of the cath lab was canceled. An undercall, which we hope never happens, but sometimes it slips through, is when a patient meets criteria to go direct to cath lab, receive potential intervention or evaluation under angiography, but EMS failed to recognize those signs and activate the team prior to arrival. As with any good healthcare provider, our favorite type of pie is ad pie. So we start off with an assessment. What is our current state here in the state of Virginia? How many hospitals have direct cath lab protocols? What are some barriers for those facilities who would like to implement these processes? And then furthermore, once we get this information, what is VHAC and VCS going to QI? What can we do to support these facilities in either improving those programs or implementing those programs? We created a lovely survey through the help of Sherry right here. Lots of work went into creating what we consolidated down to 11 various questions. Some of the questions we asked were, what was your annual what was the by EMS? And you can see the data up here. One hospital having 374 in 1 year, and this is per our cath PCI registries, and then another hospital having up to 85% of their pre-arrival STEMI patients arriving by EMS. So that is a large opportunity for many of our facilities in the state to improve our care for our STEMI patients. Time is muscle. How can we cut that down? Furthermore, we wanted to know how many percentages were transported by EMS. And then a key variable in implementing ED bypass or direct cath lab is your availability to transmit ECGs. We wanted to know how many hospitals had agencies that could transmit their ECGs from the field. we found that 57% were able to. By the way, you'll see an N in the top corner. We sent this survey out to, I think, 27 facilities. Is that correct? And 14 returned answers. We wanted to know who interpreted those ECGs. Were you just obtaining them, or were you allowed to interpret them? And if you could transmit them, who interpreted them at that point in time? We asked hospitals who could activate the cath lab. And 50% of surveys indicated that it was the ED who activated. So that's a hindrance to our EMS. We need to trust our EMS. We need to empower them, give them the education to activate that STEMI. And we want to bypass. Nothing against the EDs. I love ED. I'm from the ED. We're going to cut them out of the picture because that's the best practice for the patient. How frequently were you performing ED bypass during normal business hours? And there's a lot of percentages up here, but on the bottom were our pre-populated responses that we allowed facilities to give us. And 0% of the time, 36% of our respondents said they never do ED bypass. Wow. So that's obviously an opportunity for all of us to come together and work. And then furthermore, for after hours, nights, weekends, and holidays, because many facilities don't have interventionalists and STEMI, just heart attack to rolling through the doors. 69% of the time, or 69% of our respondents never do ED bypass after hours. So there's a lot of opportunity there for us to empower. 5 minutes. Got it, ma'am. Do I get more time because my button's not working? It's really not working. Okay. We asked what were some of the common barriers. And if you had asked me before we did the survey what I thought the barrier would be, my answer would have been technology, Wi-Fi, access to internet. Unfortunately, the most common barrier that we had across these responses was the cultural effects of our facilities and EMS. So how do we counteract that? It's another question we asked when this came back. And then one of the final questions was, do we have a current written standardized ED bypass protocol? So 62% of our facilities that answered said no. We have lots of opportunity and lots of room to grow. So from this result summary, we had some free text feedback and additional information that was provided to us, which we discussed through our work groups. And these are some opportunities that we can address moving forward. We have several barriers to success, inconsistent practices, terminology confusion. Even today, I intermingled some of the terms that we use, coordination challenges, resource limitations, not only with monetary funds or investments, but also staffing. And then high levels of inappropriate cath lab activations, which can often lead to alarm fatigue or what we call STEMI fatigue. That's actually an article published by the Canadian Journal of Cardiology. Our vision, like Dr. O'Brien says, we always have to have a vision. Our vision is to standardize our protocols across the state, develop a guideline for EMS to identify patients that are candidates for direct cath lab, improve those lines of communication, provide education with standardized platforms such as Bob said, standardize our terminology, and then also standardize our data monitoring. How do we monitor these cancellations and what do we do with that data? And then surprisingly, even though it's been in existence for almost 30 years and my own market is working on it right now, thanks to Jason Muir outside, we need to make sure that every ambulance, every agency has the ability to transmit and we can get that ECG into the provider's hands and make the decision. So that's something we're advocating for. Protocol presentation. This is from Dr. Conto's article called PREACT. It is very well defined. It has direct cath lab criteria, which we would like to educate EMS and our facilities on to promote these opportunities and improve our care. But one of our biggest barriers is explaining this so that we can have our stakeholder buy-in, empowering our EMS, reinstating that trust in your judgment calls so that cath lab can arrive and activate and take care of the patient. Our next steps are to continue working. We still have a lot of work to do. We've done a lot of work. We've got a lot more work to do. We would like to pilot this PREACT program with various areas in the state, both EMS agencies that can transmit and with facilities that are looking into improving their ED bypass, collecting that data, analyzing the change before and after our intervention, and then hopefully developing a guideline that we present to the state at the Office of EMS for acceptance and approval. These goals for a unified protocol would be to optimize your resources. If we have it, let's use it. Improve our communication, standardizing practice, because we all know that if you standardize your care, you have a less likelihood to miss patients or have omissions. Improve that time-sensitive cardiac care for the 0 to 60 minutes for reperfusion, reduced possible delays, and then obviously keeping the patient at the center of our care and improving those outcomes. That's it. I made it.
Well. Thank you, Megan. Awesome as usual. But I will say, you know, we said we would hold comments and questions till the end, but you gotta understand how hard this is for me right now. Really? Because when I see 60+% don't even have a protocol and never bypass, it's like, so anyway, we'll discuss that later. Bear with me. Last but certainly not least, we're gonna hear from cardiogenic shock. And we'll make sure we got their slides teed up and Dr. Brzezinski. I'm excited to turn over the podium to him. Thank you.
I'm sorry to be the last person between you and your lunch, but I'll try to make it as brief as possible. So the project for to address the why do we need to address cardiogenic shock, acute MI cardiogenic shock? So the project initially was launched in 2021, and in one of our meetings, Dr. O'Brien mentioned that we are unfortunately our Dr. Tehrani from Innova Fairfax, who was leading this effort, pulled out of the project. So I just did not want this project to go down. So that's why I volunteered to take on. Why it's important to address cardiogenic shock. Just to summarize, there's about 1 million acute MI cases in the United States, a little more, a little less. Out of those, a little over a quarter are STEMIs, the rest are non-STEMIs. The STEMIs, anywhere from 4 to 6 to 7%, present with cardiogenic shock on initial presentation or subsequently. Non-STEMIs, anywhere 2.5 to 3%, could present with cardiogenic shock. So almost 40 to 50,000 patients annually present in the United States with cardiogenic shock. Why it is important to recognize cardiogenic shock. Mortality from acute MI with cardiogenic shock in the 70s and 80s was about 80%. 80% of the time you die from cardiogenic shock than surviving it. With the introduction of revascularization therapy, bypass, and subsequently PTCA and PCI, that mortality came down to around 40 to 50% and staggered there for much of 2001 to 2010 to 15. Dr. Bill O'Neill in Detroit led an effort called Detroit Shock Initiative and subsequently became the National Cardiogenic Shock Initiative. What they did, they tried to understand cardiogenic shock and also put some best practices around it to see if we can improve survival. So that ultimately led to the fact that we were able to decrease the mortality significantly by improving survival to about 70 to almost 80% if we follow a shock team and a shock protocol and follow best practices around it, which means your actually survival from cardiogenic shock acute MI, if you are a patient, a member of the community that have an acute MI and cardiogenic shock, it depended very much where you are to dictate what your outcome would be. Something to a lot of us in the profession is not acceptable. It should not depend where you are to dictate your outcome. And VHAC, Virginia Heart Attack Coalition, was a coalition, a collaborative of institutions in the state of Virginia that cares about the members of the community that have been after the subject of STEMI and its outcomes for many, many years. So that's why it took upon itself to address the issue of cardiogenic shock. And actually, one of the members of our own community, Fairfax Innova, have the best example when they employed those measures by following the best practices, have a cardiogenic shock and team put together. They were able to show that the survival from cardiogenic shock between the years 2016 and 17 improved to about 81%, 2019, when they published their data. So they were a prototype of an example of implementing shock team shock protocol to improve the survival from cardiogenic shock. So what our team, the efforts that we currently have with the efforts of our cardiogenic shock team for the state of the Virginia entails to. First of all, we we all have, some of us have protocols, some of us do not have protocols, some of us, but these patients are upon us. So whether you have a team, you don't have a team, you have a protocol, you don't have a protocol, these patients, when they present, they present. Your patients come acute MI, and sometimes it's acute MI with cardiogenic shock. So it is very important to have the protocol and the team put together. Now, the protocols, this is our own from Carilion Clinic. I work as an interventional cardiologist for Carilion Clinic at Roanoke Memorial Hospital. This is our own team, basically stemmed from the National Cardiogenic Shock team. So what's the goals of management? Early identification. It's very important because as for STEMI, we all know minutes matter, actually more so for cardiogenic shock. If you have an acute MI with cardiogenic shock, whether a STEMI or an non-STEMI, early recognition and early institution of the right sets of treatment and management makes a big difference. So early recognition and also early mechanical circulatory support for patients who actually benefit from that measure, to identify which one of them do actually benefit from mechanical circulatory support. Routine practice of a right heart catheterization and the measures that you could get out of that to guide you whether the patient meets the criteria for cardiogenic shock, does not meet the criteria for cardiogenic shock, and which sort of shock they have. You can obtain all of these by doing a right heart catheterization and obtain the data from that. And also, it's not a one-time treatment. It's when we have STEMI, we tend to open the blocked artery. We give the TNK. Unfortunately, management of cardiogenic shock is not a one measure, one treatment. It's an ongoing management. So you may have a patient and you do all the right things. Generally, we see these patients, manage them in the cath lab. We put the devices, we open the blocked arteries, but the cardiogenic shock is, as has been described, basically the spiral of death. It's just you get more hypotension, more tachycardia, more ischemia, more LV dysfunction, which leads to more hypotension, more hypoperfusion, and unfortunately, end organ damage and subsequently death. So it's a spiral. So we have to work on a timely manner with those cases and an ongoing management to recognize when do you need to put a device, when you need to do certain measures, and when you escalate, when you do escalate, and what's your objective of this treatment? Ultimately, to have the patient recover, of course, but that doesn't happen all the time. So it's basically an ongoing management. So with that being the objective, the goals of the treatment, so we try to identify patients from the ED, from EMS, wherever they may be, if they have any signs of underperfusion. Patient becomes cold and clammy. Patient becomes agitated, aggressive, sometimes confused, just because there is underperfusion of the brain. Poor kidney perfusion, decreased urine output. So all these are signs that clinically we can understand and basically infer that patient presents with cardiogenic shock. And of course, the prototype is hypotensive. These patients generally are hypotensive. You have to make sure that the patient is not adequate volume is on board. I know sometimes with STEMI cases, you may not volume them, but you make sure that the patient is not dehydrated. Despite adequate filling pressures, they are hypotensive with a systolic blood pressure less than 90, or they need pressors. They need inotropes in order to maintain a pressure. So the initial stabilization happens and recognition and stabilization in the ED until you get to basically have a team, have activation of the cath lab to stabilize those patients, whether you need volume, some pressors, but ultimately you want to take them to the cath lab. So whether a STEMI or an non-STEMI with a cardiogenic shock, you want to take them to the cath lab. And then in the cath lab, you basically do a right heart cath to see which type of shock we are dealing with. It is primarily LV impairment because of a large infarction, an anterior MI, or it could be a right ventricular infarction, which happens usually in the setting of an inferior MI, a surge with a dominant surge or a dominant RCA that supplies the RV. So, and we have certain measures that we can do that. We can measure the CPO, that's the cardiac power output, and also a PAPI, which is a pulmonary artery pulsatility index. I am not going to go to the details of those. It's a lot beyond the scope of this discussion, but with those, we can actually identify which patients with shock would benefit from a device such as an Impella device versus a device such as an RP or a right-sided support device. So an ongoing monitoring is once the patient goes to the cath lab, artery gets opened, devices put in place, right heart catheterization is done, then the patient goes to ICU. It's important to have a collaborative management. Sometimes whose role is what? Is it function of the interventional cardiologist, cardiac intensivist, other members of the team, perfusion team. So that's why it is so important to have a team that kind of communicates with each other to know when to escalate, when to de-escalate, with ultimate goals of that management. So Innova also has their own cardiogenic shock for and management protocol. I have that over here, and part of our working group, we are discussing through all of these to see which would be best suit to all of our institutions so that we all come out with a unified shock team and protocol. So a survey was sent out initially in 2021, and actually we amended that survey by sending it out again earlier this year, just to share some of the survey results with you. Do your institution have a 24/7 cardiac cath lab? Majority were yes. So these are institutions who have responded to the survey who actually have a 24/7 cath lab. Does your institution have a dedicated shock team? So yes is in red. So only a third to actually less than a half had a dedicated shock team. Does your institution have a call line for cardiogenic shock management? And you can see yes, less than half. Please choose a category which best describes your institution's shock classification in a regionalized shock network. Does you are a primarily shock referral to a basically non-PCI capable? We said it's a very small percentage, but majority are in the basically level 2 or level 1, which means almost a little over a quarter were a tertiary center who actually responds to this survey. Which of the following best describes your practice regarding utilizing pulmonary artery catheters? Something doesn't take much time, but very integral to appropriate management. Almost never, over a third. That's a big number. And almost always just a quarter. Something that we can, one of the best practices around cardiogenic shock, something that we can spread information, we can improve knowledge around it, actually should become the standard of care. Does your institution use any risk score or staging system in the stratification of patients with cardiogenic shock? You know, there is tremendous effort over the last 5 to 6 years went into the SCI shock classification and then subclassification, and not all members with shock are the same. We see some patients who present, they're basically hypotensive, they're undergoing CPR, you just cannot maintain a pressure, cardiac function is completely down. Others who basically a little bit hypotensive. So it's a big spectrum. So you have to identify correctly exactly where you are. You could be just starting to develop cardiogenic shock. You may be undergoing continuous resuscitation efforts. So almost over a half, basically not even following a risk score to identify those patients. So in patients presenting to your hospital with acute myocardial infarction, cardiogenic shock, PCI to the culprit vessel, or you do a multi-vessel PCI or refer them for bypass. Almost 50% a culprit vessel only, which is really the standard of the care after a very robust clinical trial that showed that only infarct artery PCI is much superior and much better associated with much better survival than doing multi-vessel PCI. So only half of the institutions replied yes to that. So this is something that we know where we should focus for those patients. Practice was exactly the opposite. We did multi-vessel PCI in shock, but after the culprit shock trial, the practice has changed. We do now only culprit vessel PCI. In the management of refractory LV dominant shock, what is your initial mechanical circulatory support device? So this is something that's important. A lot of data came from shock registry, and trials are very difficult in acute MI with cardiogenic shock, though we have few published data, but it's extremely difficult to enroll patients that are just not in a usual shape to give the consent. And then, so that's why a lot of data is driven by registries. But we know that if you don't have adequate support early on, it's very hard to get out of the spiral of death. So you have to get over it in order to have appropriately. And from all this data measurement, why this survey is important, it basically tells us where to focus our knowledge and where to share the information we have. In VHAC and VCSQI, it's all about us collecting the data and sharing the data and have a round table discussions how to improve on those best practices. So early recognitions are early recognition remains one of the important goals, and then standardized protocol for the management of cardiogenic shock, and then to have metrics that we can all share to reflect that we are actually trying to improve the outcomes of those patients who present to us. So basically, and one of the important things that shock is sometimes those patients are very complex and requires a lot of skills, and the members of the team and the resources may not be available in all the hospitals. So we have to have the ability to identify those cases and have the concept of spoke and hub centers that actually take care of these patients who can actually show a better outcome with them. We can transfer those patients appropriately to those centers in a timely manner. So at the end, the next steps. So as we all get together, we would like to involve and have collaboration from every institution that take care of these patients. All of us to get together to meet, to review literature, case studies on a regular basis with ultimate goal to have shock teams and the best, even if you don't have a formal shock team, which would be our ultimate goal, but at least the current members that we have, put them together in a collaborative manner so that we can actually take care of these patients and collect the data and share those metrics to improve, report to them and to improve the outcomes. And with that, I'll end my discussion. I have 1 or 2 minutes left. Thank you. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. So, how does everybody want to do this? Do we want to kind of go work group by work group and just think about the questions, or just free form? Want to start with, say, thrombolytics? We intended to have a panel, but it just did not work out space-wise, logistically in this room. So maybe next year. But we'll start with that, and then if this isn't really flowing, then we'll just go to whatever question comes to mind for any one of our presenters. You just fire away. But let's start with thrombolytic. Yes, ma'am.
There we go. For the thrombolytics work group, did we establish some type of protocol? You said you shortened your monitoring windows following administration. Some hospitals are struggling. Do we follow the neuro pathway and keep them in ICU for 24 hours? Can we transfer them out sooner? What is your recommendation for that?
No, that's the next thing we need to kind of come up with at our own institution. We've been trying to standardize post-lytic care because we give it obviously for stroke, but also for PE, rarely cardiac arrest, and then for our transfers. And when we looked in our institution, our protocol was to typically, I think, every hour for the first 6 and then dropping every 2. But I think the neuro pathway is actually every hour for much more prolonged periods. When we questioned a couple other institutes, they had no idea what their protocol was. It's once they've come out of the cath lab, we're kind of done. They look fine. We're okay. So that's kind of one extent to doing an extreme one. And I think what we're trying to figure out what's the best practices to do and get a consensus across the institutions. When I looked through some of the very old data, it was surprising to me, but the median time to intracranial hemorrhage identification was about 13 hours. So there's going to be half before and half after. So it's shortening that time period may potentially put the patient at risk. I think us that have been doing this for years, the vast majority of the ones I've seen are usually fairly early. So I was kind of surprised, but that data was from the Gusto trial, which looked at streptokinase and TPA. So I think it would be apropos to the information we're looking at. But I think getting an idea of what other institutions are doing and coming up with best practices would be the best way to go.
Dr. Contos, I was impressed with or intrigued by the stream data. And again, with always, especially with lytics, first do no harm. but it's also a very stressful situation to get these patients treated in a timely manner. Is it, do you routinely use half-dose lytics? And also, I'm just wondering if is that going to create changing that dose is that create confusion from some of the ER centers who just want to their goal is to for their door to needle time, you know, to be 30 minutes to administer therapies quickly. Is it how successful have you been using that half-dose lytic protocol?
So we've been doing it for a few years. What we've tried to do is develop a specific care set for our 2 transferring institutions with a protocol in Epic to make it useful. So all they have to do is check, and then with Epic, what it will do, you have to enter the weight, and it'll automatically kick you over to the half-dose lytic protocol. We educate our fellows as much as possible to try to do it. I think because the centers that are referring to us are, as you said, either more afraid of giving it or unfamiliar, they always call us first before they give it. So at least we can tell them specifically what dose they should be giving to the individual patient. That's where having a checklist or standardized care pathway would make it much easier, because you're not scrambling to try to figure out how to come up with it. And the few patients we've had, it's been quite successful. The few I remember actually have reperfused. They've come in a reasonable amount of time, and we're giving half dose, and they do open up their arteries and haven't had any complications. I think in trying to come up, we picked 75 because that's what the stream data did in the first protocol. The second one, they actually started at age, I think, 60 or 65. It's a little bit harder to do. If you really want a standardized process, I think 70 actually probably would be best care, just because of the way that curve went. And I think potential modifications we could add in there is if they have risk factors for intracranial hemorrhage, drop it to half dose at, say, age 65 or 70. The one bleed we had recently was like a 73-year-old who had hypertension, blood pressures on the higher end. And if I were taking care of him, I probably would have gone off protocol and done a half dose in that individual patient. I think it's, again, a risk benefit for most of these patients. And I think, and particularly with the anterior STEMIs and patients that come in early, you're actually harming the patient by not giving them lytics if you have a prolonged time to reperfusion, because you typically, at least when we've looked at the transfers and you look across the nation, the median time is 110, 120 minutes. So that's 2 hours of myocardium that you've lost. And then those times are derived from hospital presentation. So it's not even taking into account the time before. So I think trying to standardize it, on what the appropriate dose is and how to administer it is going to be the best way forward. Yeah, it's like I mentioned before, one of the biggest issues, it's a low frequency event and for very high risk. And at least most of these community hospitals are treating maybe 1 or 2 a year. So if you've got 10 providers, 1 or 2 a month. So if you've got 10 different ED providers at Institute, that's 1 per year per provider. So it doesn't really, it's hard to kind of say, this is how you're going to manage it. Don't you know how to do it? Because you're seeing 1 a year.
Great questions. I want to leave time for the other. So feel free to approach some of the speakers at lunchtime, but let's move on to PE response and any questions, thoughts, suggestions for Dr. Kelly. I had one question. Do they plan to do an RCT of ECOS versus Inari or Penumbra?
Great question. That those trials are not in the works at this point. Potentially, if the trials are positive compared to anticoagulate, the question was a device versus ECOS
versus catheter-directed thrombolysis.
Yes, Peerless One. Peerless One is Inari versus catheter-directed thrombolysis, and that trial has actually been completed, and the results should be out. They were targeting towards the end of this year. So that's a 550 patient trial, randomized Inari versus ECOS.
Okay, great.
Looking at clinical endpoints.
And they're outcomes and not just RV size and ratio. And
yeah, the primary endpoint is a composite clinical outcome, mortality, clinical deterioration, major bleeding combined, mortality and bleeding rates.
Terrific. Great. All right. Well, we'll look forward to that. Any other question about PE?
Actually, it's a question and a comment. I really congratulate Dr. Kelly, not only for being able to present and lead this effort for PE, but also to congratulate him for being able, as a cardiologist, an interventional cardiologist, to be able to do cases of PE. One of the really problems with a lot of institutions is very hard to allow interventional cardiologists to tackle PE, something we are all very familiar how to manage catheter-based therapies, but I'm just wondering how you are able to kind of navigate that with IR and other areas of interest.
A lot of it was luck and location, because we offered our intervention as because the interventional radiologists at Roanoke don't want to come out and do extra call in our facility, and we have two interventionalists that that take STEMI call. So we have, with our 21st, we have a STEMI program. So call for the call for PE. So it was luck and location and having less political barriers where we are. So
that should allow other institutions, because we know cath lab took many years finally to spread across the nation and across the state, that for in places when that treatment is most of the time unavailable to patients, we can actually, as a cath lab team members, we can promote that to bring it to the cath lab, because I think this is the best way to take care of patients.
Great and very practical questions. We'll move on to EMS education. And I wanted to ask a question. How do we change the curriculum? Do we just go to the Office of EMS and with pitchforks and torches and say, change this now? Or what do you think, Bob?
First of all, I think Office of EMS is already up to their eyeballs in pitchforks and torches right now. So right now, the state of Virginia can't change the EMS curriculum. That's a DOT standard that they put out there, and that's like making sausage. What we can do is offer information to go into it. You know, the curriculum says this is what needs to be taught, but each individual instructor can add what they want. And so we have to make this important enough to put in there. And all of our being tasked now with running 12 leads, I know that, but we can actually offer a standardized curriculum across the state. So someone's not doing it the way they've always learned to do it. But we as an organization can say, this is a standardized protocol based on evidence. This is the way we can do it. So if we give them the material, they don't have to make it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So if we provide that for them, and I think that's a benefit of this organization, we provide that, they'll use it. But people are always looking for turnkey stuff, and we can do that for them. So that was one of our goals.
Very good. Thank you, Bob. Any other questions about or suggestions about EKG education? If not, we will move on to ED bypass. Putting Megan up. That's right. Absolutely. That raises a good point. I would like all of our work groups, and I think you're already doing this to some degree, to already be thinking about next steps. As you mentioned, the vision and the how-to. So this mic, we are going to need to start to think, how do we implement now? You know, we have the concepts, we have the data. What are the next steps? So any other thoughts for ED bypass before my mic dies again?
I have a question maybe or a comment. Is there a plan to, this Shelley right here. Is there a plan to maybe get more data on that? Because I would love to explore that a little bit more, I think, but with an N of 14, I'm not sure, just knowing, talking a little bit about our data with facilities I'm familiar with and with doing some deep dives, a lot of our patients don't come in by EMS, but I would just like to see more data about that, I think, before we completely develop a protocol. And I'm very interested in helping with that if we could.
So Sherry probably has more insight on this than anyone else in this organization, how we get surveys. Thank you, sir. How we get surveys filled out, because we have 45 PCI centers, we get 14, which is, a pretty good sample, but not, as you're saying, it may not be fully representative of the state. So I'm going to hand it over to the expert.
You're putting me on the spot. That's a very tough question. So we typically have core contacts, and as you know, Shelley, you're our core contact for every Sentara facility. So we rely heavily on you, to send out those surveys to those specific people who may be pertinent to those groups. Also within our website, if you have not done so already, and I'm sorry, I'm filming the room and talking at the same time, it's hard to multitask. But if you have not done so already, please sign up on our website, become a member, or just sign up on the contact form, just so we know who you are. So therefore, when there's a survey that comes up that is specifically targeted to your role or center, we can send it to you. And then you'll get those nagging emails from me every couple of days. Hey, did you do it yet? So that's typically how we send out surveys. So we know that there's such thing called survey fatigue. So we try to tailor our survey so it doesn't be overwhelming. But again, thank you for responding to those surveys. If you do not get those emails from me, please let me know, because I may be filtered it into your spam. But let me know. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Dr. Contis and I discussed that unless you're in an accredited facility, you're really not tracking your cancellations or providing an categorized reason for cancellation. Or even if you That's one of our next steps is to create that standardized form of how do we track that cancellation, whether you're participating with accreditation or not. So you'll be getting a call.
Great points. And lastly, before lunch, cardiogenic shock. I'm going to start just with a quick comment, and you alluded to this. If you're just getting started with a shock program and you're looking for metrics to follow, what we decided once upon a time was CPO, because it means you're placing a right heart cath and you're thinking about those protocols, and lactates, because they're well correlated with outcomes. It's easy to draw. It's a blood test. So when we present our JOT forms, you'll see for some institutions, and I realize it's been harder for others to collect that data, but like what Megan gives us every JOT form every month, we know the percentage of CPOs calculated. We know the lactate measurement. So we know at least our guys are thinking about the protocol in a standardized way to manage. So anyway, that's my comment on that. But Dr. Brzezinski, any thoughts or questions going forward?
The points to exactly the CPO, the lactate, mixed venous oxygenation, LVEDP, very important measure, and use of or not use of mechanical circulatory support devices and survival. So these are the measures that we would like to have the data shared on a regular basis.
Okay, fantastic. So that brings us up to lunchtime. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, and we'll see you then.
That one actually, that's really blown out when they edit that.
It was going.
Is this, gonna be, this was getting real. I don't think it's clicking again.
Huh,
about
it was
his
literally
return?
just working.
It's not working now. There we go. For share? Now it'll work. Okay.
Sometimes just a click. To
Yeah.
read. Well, awaken. I don't know why it's being so slow today.
Again, one more. Call more, my partner is. Okay, good, yeah.
Sounds interested in doing this adjudication as well.
Who might have more bandwidth for that, but we'll talk it over. All righty, we'll go ahead and get started here shortly. People want to file back in? Yeah, I will do that. Okay, great. Okay, very good. Well, I want to go ahead and introduce Dr. Stephen Smith, who is a faculty emergency medicine physician at Hennepin County in Minnesota, and he is really a recognized expert in this, what he's going to talk about, which is the occlusion myocardial infarction paradigm, which I think will ultimately come to, if not supplant STEMI, then at least change our understanding of ACS. So without further delay, I will turn it over to Dr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Pete. Let's see if I can get this in here. Go in there. No, there we go. Okay. Can you hear me? All right. So the title of my talk is Let's Replace the STEMI Non-STEMI Paradigm with the Occlusion MI or OMI versus non-OMI paradigm. Do you guys see this thing on your video from join audio if you want to speak? Join audio? No. Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay. And also AI in the ECG diagnosis of OMI. Now, last night I talked for quite a while and showed all the data, all the studies on this transition from STEMI, non-STEMI to OMI, NOMI. And I don't want to go through all that again today. I'm going to give you a little summary of it. And then we're going to look at a lot of EKGs and you'll see why this paradigm needs to change. No, it's not going forward again. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So I do have an important financial relationship to disclose, which is that I'm a shareholder with Powerful Medical. And that's the company that makes the AI system I'm going to be showing to you. Now, I would show you any AI system that I could show you, but there is only one available that can be demonstrated, and that's the one by Powerful Medical. So keep in mind that I do have a financial interest in this, but I'll also say that I've been teaching people EKGs for free for my entire career. My blog, Dr. Smith's ECG blog, has been free open access for 16 years. So I put endless hours into that to teach people how to read EKGs for free. I don't need the money. I don't want the money. And I do it to save lives and save myocardium. So that said, I come from Hennepin County Medical Center. We think we have the greatest emergency medicine residency program anywhere. And so just to make this fresh, I'll show you a case I had Tuesday evening, 51-year-old male who was resuscitated from ventricular fibrillation. This was his ED EKG, which shows ST depression maximal in V1 to V4 as opposed to V5, V6. And that is diagnostic of a posterior MI. Now, if you get this immediately after resuscitation, it may be subendocardial ischemia, and it may go away with a little stabilization, a little time. This was recorded at least 20 minutes after resuscitation. So I was confident this was not just this was not just the results of the low flow state of cardiac arrest. We activated the cath lab. It's also, by the way, you can see a little ST elevation V6, because V6 kind of starts to go around to the posterior wall. It's close to that, very lateral. And so I was very confident this was a posterior MI. And so we activated the cath lab. Now, we have the system where if it's not a classic STEMI, we're supposed to do pathway B, call a general cardiologist, discuss the case, and the general cardiologist calls the interventionalist. Well, I knew this was clearly an acute coronary occlusion. I didn't want to waste time calling a general cardiologist. So we just activated the cath lab, and the interventionalist was very upset with us. This is not a STEMI. He doesn't have a coronary occlusion. He doesn't need to go to the cath lab. And I said, well, take him to the cath lab anyway. So we took him to the cath lab anyway. Oh, and we got a posterior EKG as well, just to try to convince him. This is V1 to V3 we put around on the back, and you can see there is ST elevation there anyway. And he had 100% proximal circumflex occlusion. So I never heard back from the interventionalist. So what do these two ECGs have in common? Well, one has a lot of ST elevation, right? Has to go to the cath lab right away. One does not, doesn't have to go to the cath lab right away, right? Well, look at their angiograms. This one has the one that's a STEMI, total proximal circumflex occlusion. One that doesn't have ST elevation, total proximal circumflex occlusion. Neither of them have collateral circulation. Both of them need to be opened up. Both of them are large myocardial infarctions. And one, however, is called a STEMI and one's called a non-STEMI. Now, why? It makes no sense. Okay, it just doesn't make any sense to classify pathology by a test, ST elevation. And so if you were to take this EKG and run it by our AI, it would say OMI, occlusion myocardial infarction, in this case with low confidence, and it's not the most obvious case around. You can see it's very subtle. The ST segment is very flat here. This is what suggests a posterior. There's a little tiny bit of ST elevation here with a little tiny bit of reciprocal depression here. This is the most suggestive lead. There's no S wave in V6. There's a tiny, just the shape of that suggests OMI. And if you look at what the Queen of Hearts app says, that's what she is looking mostly at, is this T wave down here in V6. So we'll go into it more. This is a 60-year-old with sudden onset of epigastric pain radiating to the chest. I heard about it later. They sent me this EKG, texted it to me like the next day, and I saw this very large T wave here, large T wave here. There is an old inferior MI, but that's not relevant. And I texted back acute LAD occlusion. And they told me that the first troponin had returned at 25 nanograms per liter. You should all know that in a big, massive STEMI, 1/4 troponin is not elevated. Important to know. You can't wait for troponins to make the diagnosis. Doesn't make the diagnosis. You have to make it by the EKG. So, but they didn't. They thought, oh, it's a negative troponin. They didn't see how that the EKG represents an LAD occlusion. So they waited for more troponins and they rose. And the patient went to the cath lab 6 hours. Well, if you have total occlusion, by the time 6 hours comes around, almost all that myocardium is dead. And peak troponin was greater than 25,000. Doesn't even measure that high. It ended up with a 35% ejection fraction and new heart failure. And diagnosis and STEMI. Again, what a worthless diagnosis. So this is the patient's, they found the patient's previous EKG later. That's his T wave normally. That's his T wave when his LAD is occluded. So last night I talked about how ST elevation is a dogma. One of my attending cardiologists 30 years ago, maybe 25, he said, look, I don't know what the big deal is. Either there is ST elevation or there isn't. That's a quote. And that's just not true. The criteria that we use for ST elevation were not developed in angiographic studies. All right, they're developed from a cohort of patients in the 1980s who were diagnosed by myocardial infarction with CKMB, not angiogram. The thrombolytic trials in the 1980s did not have any ECG criteria for entry, except 4 of them said they have to have ST elevation, but they didn't say how to measure the ST elevation. And we know that how you measure it makes a big difference in the number of millimeters it has. And then McFarland in 2004 did a CKMB study where he developed criteria, the criteria we use today, based on CKMB, not angiograms. And so 35% of NSTEMI have an occluded artery, TIMI 01 at next day angiogram, because we've come to this belief that if there's not diagnostic ST elevation, the patient does not have an occluded artery and doesn't need to go to the cath lab. It's just not true. OMI without diagnostic ST elevation is nearly as large as OMI with ST elevation. And we have what's called the no false negative paradox. In other words, if a patient has an occluded coronary artery, but they don't have ST elevation, it's not a false negative pathology because the pathology is named by the test. The test is negative, therefore the pathology is negative. And so when you try to do research on EKGs and you try to look for what are the EKG findings in patients who have acute coronary occlusion, you look at these databases and the databases are only filled with patients who have STEMI. They're not full of patients who have OMI. So you can't find out what the sensitivity of ST elevation for OMI is, except for 3 studies which have been done in all of history, which show that it's only 43% sensitive for acute coronary occlusion. So
I started talking on the false STEMI, non-STEMI dichotomy in 2014. It's just not a good one. And we realized we need to look at many ECG features beyond ST elevation. Talked about the randomized trials of NSTEMI, where they randomized people to early versus delayed intervention for NSTEMI, and how they've all been interpreted as being negative, that it doesn't matter if you wait to intervene on NSTEMI patients, but they haven't read the details of those studies. If you read those details, you realize that early was not early. It was at the earliest 5 hours in those studies. And that they excluded patients with active chest pain, because if you have active chest pain and an MI, it's already a guideline-based therapy to go to the cath lab. So all the trials, which actually included only people with persistent chest pain and got them to cath lab in less than 2 hours, showed that NSTEMIs do better in that situation. In real life, the guidelines are not followed. People are given opiates for their pain. It isn't until many hours later that several troponins come back, they go to the cath lab and their arteries occluded. It's too late to save that myocardium. So the guidelines would say that anybody who has an infarction with having an MI, who has persistent uncontrolled pain, has to go to the cath lab. Well, an article by Lupu showed that only 6% of those people actually go. The other thing is, you don't know they're having an infarct until you get the troponin back, unless you can read the EKG. So patients who have esophageal reflux, they have persistent pain too. They're sitting there with pain. And so you don't know if they're having an infarct or not. If you can't read the EKG, you have to wait for the troponin, and then you have to wait for 2 troponins because you have to see it rise. And by that time, it's just too late. And so the guidelines don't work. The OMI-NOMI paradigm now has at least 55 peer-reviewed articles from all over the world. The 2022 ACC chest pain guidelines, which are partly written here by Dr. Kantos, they now acknowledge that a lot of patients with occluded artery don't have diagnostic ST elevation and need to go to the cath lab. We've also shown that ECG experts can identify OMI with very high sensitivity and specificity. It's very difficult to teach and learn, and therefore we need AI. And so a couple of years ago, I gave the keynote Kenichi Hirumi address to the International Society of Computers in Electrocardiology. These computer nerds in EKG have for years been putting all their effort into atrial fibrillation, how to diagnose rhythms. And I've been telling them for 10 years, you've got to try to diagnose acute coronary occlusion. I was working with Cardiologues, a company in France. For 10 years ago, I started working with them, trying to urge them to do their work on OMI. And they kept saying, no, what's important is atrial fibrillation. Well, finally, they listened to me after this study, after this keynote talk, and a company called Powerful Medical came to me. So there are 3 algorithms right now. There's the Al-Zaiti article, which was published in Nature Medicine a couple of years ago. I'm a co-author on that one as well. And it's they had an algorithm to diagnose myocardial infarction, and it wasn't working. And I told them the reason it's not working is that you can't diagnose any kind of myocardial infarction on the EKG. The only kind of myocardial infarction that has specific findings on the EKG is those with ongoing ischemia, those that have an acute persistent occlusion. So you need to redefine your population. You need to define it as OMI versus not OMI. And when they redefined it as OMI, they found their algorithm performed great and published in Nature Medicine. So you can't diagnose non-OMIs on the EKG with any kind of AI. It just doesn't work. They don't show anything unless there's active ischemia. Those ones you can wait for troponin for, right? They had the ischemia 2 hours ago. Now it's gone. The artery's open. And yes, they need an angiogram and a PCI tomorrow. But right now, they got no ongoing ischemia, and their EKGs are very nonspecific. And experts like me cannot see those reliably. And then there's the Powerful Medical app, which I'm going to show you. I would love to just demonstrate for you Al-Zaiti algorithm, but it's impossible to do. There is no access to that. Powerful Medical, on the other hand, you'll see there is. And there's a new one we just found called the ECG Buddy app from South Korea. There's no literature on this that I can find anywhere. And you can go to App Store or Google Play and get ECG Buddy. It's actually pretty good. We've tested it out, and I'm impressed with it. But I can't. I have not been able to myself download it and use it. For some reason, it's blocking me. Pardon? So I'm going to tell you about. There is an article published in New England Journal, which is also this ECG Buddy app is from South Korea, and there's an article in New England Journal about artificial intelligence powered rapid identification of STEMI. And I don't know if this is the same people who have the ECG Buddy app. It's hard to tell because sometimes some people call OMIs STEMIs even when they don't meet STEMI criteria. And I don't know, I can't find in this article how they made the diagnosis of STEMI, whether it's just any occlusion or whether it's occlusions that meet STEMI criteria, it's impossible to know. And then there's another one from Taiwan, development of clinically validated artificial intelligence model for detecting STEMI. Again, I don't know if it's STEMI or OMI. That was in the Annals of Emergency Medicine. So when I gave my talk to the International Society of Computers and Electrocardiology, I showed this photo, and everybody instantly knows who's who, right? One guy is Barack Obama and one is his impersonator. And yet you try to make some measurements that will tell you the difference between the two. How many millimeters wide are his eyes or his ears or his no. Can you do it? No, you can't do it. And you don't need to. You just look at it and you see it. And that's what an EKG is to me. I look at it and I see it. I don't have to measure millimeters or I can just see what's what. So I told them there, that's what AI can do. AI can recognize faces. AI can recognize EKGs. So you got to teach AI to do it. The other thing you need to do is you need to be able to digitize EKGs. And everybody said, oh, that's impossible. You can't digitize an EKG. There is no technology that can do it. That's not true. Powerful Medical had already done it. So this is the article by Al-Zaiti, Machine Learning for ECG Diagnosis and Risk Stratification of Occlusion Myocardial Infarction. Their definition of OMI was TIMI 01 or TIMI 2 with greater than 70% stenosis and peak troponin of 5 to 10 nanograms per milliliter. This was the definition I told them they should use. And they found that the sensitivity was 86.6%. Specificity was not reported except in an AUC curve, which I'll show you. Accuracy 86%, PPV 29.6, NPV 99%. And they wanted to combine it with a heart score, which made it really complicated and made it hard to use. This is their AUC curve. You can see ECG Smart is this red thing. And I put a point here with 86% sensitivity and specificity. This is clinical ECG experts. It's clearly better than they were. This is commercial ECG system, a conventional algorithm. It's clearly better than that one as well. So digitization, this is what I said. You got to be, if you can do digitization, I've got thousands of EKGs on my blog, which you can digitize and train your system with. If you can digitize an EKG, because all I have are JPEGs, PNGs, JPEGs and PNGs, really. Everyone said it's impossible. I have a feeling that the people who did the ECG Buddy from Korea, I think they figured it out and they probably used my blog as a training to train their system. I don't know. Anyway, this is what they can do with digitization with PM Cardia. There's an EKG that's been crumpled up and written on, and you just take your phone, take a photo of it, and then input the image, and it turns it into a beautiful digital waveform. And then it gives an output. The Queen's verdict is OMI with high confidence, and it shows you with explainability where, first it tells you by lead, irrelevant, low confidence, mid confidence, high confidence. And then in the high confidence leads, in every lead, it tells you by the density of the blue, how dark it is, what exactly it's seeing. It's seeing that inverted T wave and ST depression AVL, and that means it's an inferior MI. And this little bit of ST elevation is the STEMI on this EKG. I don't think it meets STEMI criteria. Okay, and here you can even take an EKG as bad as this one and digitize it. Takes that and then tells you that it's not OMI with mid confidence. So the PM Cardia Deep Convolutional Neural Network, or we call it the Queen of Hearts, version 1 was trained on 4,000 OMI and 14,000 without OMI. My mentee, Pendle Myers, and I trained it. Version 2 is coming out soon. It's not yet publicly available. We trained it on far more data, and it's really going to be a lot more sensitive and specific than version 1. Version 1, we validated on 2,000 patients with 480 OMI, published in European Heart Journal Digital Health. Our outcome was TIMI 0 flow or TIMI 2-3 flow with culprit and intervention, which is not the most perfect outcome. I'd like it to be a very high troponin to prove that when the TIMI 2-3 flow, it could have been open at the time of the EKG. So that hurts the specificity when you have that outcome, but it shouldn't hurt the sensitivity. And the sensitivity was 80.6%, specificity 93.7, accuracy 90.9 with an AUC of 9.38. This is the AUC curve. And I read all those EKGs too, and that's me right there. And this is the STEMI criteria. They're terrible. And if you take a 97.7%, The sensitivity of our AI model was 66%, STEMI criteria 33%, exactly double the sensitivity at exactly the same specificity. And how about time to diagnosis? The AI model had a mean time to diagnose 2.3 hours, whereas STEMI criteria were 5.3 hours to get to the cath lab a lot earlier. And so what do you think of this EKG? This one's not too hard. This one's pretty clearly an inferior big T wave there, big hyperacute T wave with reciprocal ST depression, and then posterior down. You shouldn't have any ST depression in V2. Excuse me. And here you have it, especially with some downsloping. It's clearly an inferior posterior OMI, so no problem there. And this was an example of a difficult ECG from the Al-Zaiti article, correctly diagnosed by ECG Smart. And also, this is the PM cardio model. It also gets OMI with high confidence. And this is the explainability. It's mostly that negative, big, inverted hyperacute T wave in AVL that it's looking at mostly. And then also the downsloping ST depression in V2. Here's another EKG. What do you think of this one? Yeah, Dr. Contos is smart. He can see that this is a LAD occlusion. I just heard him say anterior MI. That is a hyperacute T wave in lead V2. And that's the only really definite lead. This is a little bit big here. That always have to assess T waves and ST elevation in the context of the QRS size. That's a tiny little QRS. That T wave is too big for that QRS. So this is an anterior OMI. The Al-Zaiti article missed this one. Al-Zaiti algorithm. I put it through the Queen of Hearts, and she gets OMI with mid-confidence. And there, again, she sees that hyperacute T wave as well. We spent a lot of time teaching her hyperacute T waves. So the Queen of Hearts has been implemented in Aalst, Belgium. It's approved in Europe. It's not approved by the FDA yet. And they had 731 atraumatic chest pain patients in a 2.5-month period. 589 were excluded because there was no cardiology contact, no ECG available, inconclusive outcome. 142 were hospitalized or consulted with cardiology. 65 had no ACS, 54 had NOMI, 23 had OMI. This group is collectively not OMI, even though these ones have myocardial infarction. And here you see, since implementation, there were these 23 OMI. The Queen of Hearts had 100% sensitivity for these 23 OMI. The median door to balloon time was 1.2 hours. Whereas in the past, median door to balloon time for STEMI negative OMI was 16 hours. Now it's 1.2 hours. Excuse me, that was STEMI 1.2 hours. I got that wrong. STEMI negative OMI 1.47, which is barely more than 1.2. 1.47 versus historical controls of 16. And there were 6 false positives. One was Takotsubo, which no one can differentiate from real OMI. Myocarditis is another one that's incredibly hard to differentiate from real OMI. And then 4, the history didn't fit and the physician canceled because the symptoms either were not acute or the patient was post-recent PCI. So they were able to get, this was 11 of them were STEMI negative OMI. So for 11 patients, they got to the cath lab in 1.5 hours, where in the past it would have taken 16. That's a real benefit to patients. So this was another person who did a research implementation, Willie Frick in St. Louis, single center retrospective validation of an artificial intelligence ECG model detecting acute coronary occlusion. And they did all chest pain in the ED in October 23. Outcome was TIMI 02 flow or TIMI 3 with a culprit and a very high troponin I. And they had, this is something that's great about this study. It shows when you're an emergency physician, how few of these people have OMI. We see thousands and thousands of patients with chest pain. Only a tiny fraction, only a fraction have MI, and only a tiny fraction have OMI. So in this case, there are 528 patients filled out for MI, 5.8% total underwent angiography. 10 total had OMI, including the STEMIs. Among cardiologists, there are 6 false negatives and 3 false positives. None of the false positives had culprits. Queen of Hearts had only 3 false negatives and 4 false positives, but all these 4 had culprits. But they had TIMI 3 flow with a culprit, but the peak troponin was less than 5,000. So they all were myocardial infarction with culprits, but they didn't meet the high troponin requirement to be called OMI. For patients with both Queen of Hearts and cardiologist positive EKGs, the mean door to bloom time was 86 minutes. For patients with Queen of Hearts positive but cardiologist negative ECG, the door to bloom time was 1,358 minutes. So the Queen of Hearts really makes a difference. You can get access to it if you want. You can just use that QR code to get it and try it out. We have PM cardio for individuals and for organizations, and you can get it, and then you get a certain number per month. You can renew it. So you don't have to pay anything. It's not FDA approved in the United States anyway. So the only way you can use it is if when you sign up for it, you punch the research button. That you're just doing research on it. So it's free. It's not just, see what you think. So I already showed you this case, the sudden 60-year-old with sudden epigastric pain radiating the chest, and it was sent to me later, and I said acute LAD occlusion with low certainty. First troponin was below the upper reference limit, and the troponins rose, went to the cath lab, 100% LAD occlusion, very high peak troponin, 35% ejection fraction, new heart failure. And the Queen of Hearts says OMI with high confidence. Had they used that, this patient would not have heart failure now. And the explainability tells you it's that big T wave that she's looking at in both V3 and V4. And now you don't have the NSTEMI diagnosis anymore. You have the OMI diagnosis, and you've helped your patient. And again, the old EKG shows the difference between the baseline T wave and a hyperacute T wave. So one ECG principle to remember is proportionality. T waves and ST elevation are only large or small relative to the QRS. This is a woman I saw quite a while ago, 40 years old, has chest pain, and she has ST elevations, very little ST elevation. It's actually a normal amount of ST elevation, but look how small her QRS is. You shouldn't have any ST elevation if your QRS is that small. Let's just stretch it out and see what happens. Oh, look at that. Now she's got a lot of ST elevation. When you give her a reasonable amplitude, she has a big T wave and lots of ST elevation. Now, I developed a formula many years ago, published in 2012, where I compared the ST elevation, normal ST elevation, which we get in like early repolarization. V2 and V3 normally have ST elevations, which is why we have STEMI criteria. But it can be very difficult to differentiate. Some people with 1 millimeter of ST elevation have it because they have an LAD occlusion. Some people with 1 millimeter of ST elevation have it because that's their baseline. Very difficult to tell the difference. But I knew there were things that we could look at besides ST elevation. So we looked at R wave, we looked at amplitudes of the QRS and R wave, amplitudes and QT interval. And we found that a formula which was based on ST elevation at 60 milliseconds after the J point in lead V3, R wave amplitude in lead V4, QRS, total QRS amplitude in lead V2, and the corrected QT interval, we used logistic regression to create a formula which could very well differentiate between the two. We validated the formula on a separate group of patients. Dr. Aslanger in Turkey did an external validation on it. We actually improved, we had an improved formula. We did an external validation. And if you use that formula, in this case, because the QRS is so small here and the R wave is so small here, even though there's not much ST elevation at 60 milliseconds after the J point in lead V3, the whole thing comes out to a value of 21.1, which is far greater than the best cutoff of 18.2 and diagnoses LAD occlusion. So I used to tell people about that formula for a long time. This is a great way to differentiate the normal ST elevation from LAD occlusion. But now we got the Queen of Hearts, and the Queen of Hearts tells you OMI with high confidence without you having to go through all those machinations of calculation. So when we did our study of the accuracy of OMI of my expert findings versus STEMI criteria, for every ECG I read, which was 3,500 EKGs, I marked for every lead whether there was hyperacute T wave in it, whether there's pathologic Q waves, whether there's any ST elevation of any amount, and all these different things. And we found that the features that correlated with OMI were hyperacute T waves in 49%, pathologic Q waves along with subtle ST elevation in 47%, terminal QRS distortion is when the S wave is gone, where it should be an S wave, there is no S wave, it's 53%. Reciprocal ST depression and or reciprocal T wave inversion, 82%. Subtle ST elevation not meeting criteria, but with other features, 83%. Any amount of ST depression maximal in V1 to V4, 45%. That's a posterior MI. Any ST elevation in inferior leads with any ST depression and T wave inversion in AVL was in 50%. It's very specific findings too. And so I'll show you a lot of EKGs now. I was sitting in a meeting, this was texted to me from one of my partners, 46-year-old with chest pain, and give you a moment to look at it. What did I just tell you about V2 and V3? They virtually always have some ST elevation. Not always, but they almost never have any ST depression. And here you've got ST depression, V2 and V3. Remember I still told you any amount of ST depression, V1 to V4, maximal V1 to V4, is posterior OMI until proven otherwise in a patient with chest pain. And we published on that in 2021 in the Journal of the American Heart Association, showed that it's 97% specific for OMI to have this finding. Not only that, there's a little ST depression lead 3, which goes along with high lateral ST elevation here. This looks like a circumflex occlusion. I said, activate the cath lab. And sure enough, they activated the cath lab. It was acute obtuse marginal occlusion. Oh, it's just a tiny obtuse marginal. No, it's big. Peak troponin was 58.3, or which in the high sensitivity would be 58,300. This is a large myocardial infarction. It barely shows up on the EKG. What does the Queen of Hearts state? OMI with high confidence. Okay, this is an intern who works at Stony Brook, reads my blog, and he saw this patient with chest pain, saw this EKG. What do you think? This has hardly any ST elevation, like maybe half millimeter there. But these T waves are symmetric. It gets smaller from V2 to V3. There's a little Q wave in V4. And the intern who reads my blog saw this immediately and knew that it was an LAD occlusion. And I would agree with him. And he sent the patient to the cath lab. And there you can see a mid LAD occlusion. And now the wire is going through it. And now it's opened up. How about the Queen of Hearts? Does she see it? OMI with high confidence. So we have been, Pendle Myers, my mentee, and I, we are really good at seeing hyperacute T waves. Like people text us EKGs all the time. Oh, I saw a hyperacute T wave here. It was like, sorry, that's not a hyperacute T wave. Sorry, that's not. They're always things seeing hyperacute T waves, and the vast majority of the time they're just normal ones. And we've proven that we're really good at it. We've proven it with outcomes. So we're really, really good at it. And so we're trying to find out what it is we're seeing. And what I've always thought we're seeing is a high area under the curve relative to the QRS size. So we looked at that in a huge database of EKGs. Just recently we managed to create median beats for every lead of the EKG. And then we managed to measure the area under the curve of every T wave for thousands of EKGs. And we found that we also said it's symmetry, that normal T waves are more asymmetric than hyperacute T waves. So we've come up with a very specific finding of a very specific cutoff of QRS, of T wave area to QRS size and T wave symmetry, which correlates really well with the area of myocardium that has an OMI. So we think we found we really described what we see, and there is an objective way of describing it. But we don't even need an objective way, except because the Queen of Hearts can see it also, because we've taught the Queen of Hearts. And there you can see that she looks at these T waves and says, there's something wrong with them. They are not right. High confidence, overall OMI with high confidence. 60-year-old with chest discomfort. Okay, again, these T waves are too big for that QRS, this 1 and 3. And this is a negative, this is a big negative T wave here with a very small QRS. That's too big. Excuse me. So this is an inferior MI, and there's ST depression in V2. Remember what I said about that? A little bit in V3. It goes along with there being an inferior MI, inferior posterior, and then there's also kind of loss of S waves here. So this is an inferior posterior MI. And if you give it to the Queen of Hearts, OMI with high confidence, 100% RCA. And again, you look at the explainability, and what she saw more than anything was this ST depression in V2. She doesn't see the hyperacute T wave as well, but she does see that negative hyperacute T wave here, that dark blue there.
Does the variation in baseline affect the algorithm's ability to interpret?
If it's really crazy, it may affect it. I don't think hasn't made a big difference. Yeah. And again, it's all based on how much data it gets. So if you give it lots and lots of EKGs that have wandering baseline with the accurate outcome, it'll compensate for that. So this is a patient with chest pain. What do you think of that? Pardon? Early repolarization. Exactly. It's classic early repolarization, but it scares a lot of people, right? And of course, it doesn't scare me. I know when I look at that incredibly high amplitude of the R wave and huge QRSs all over. This is just someone's baseline EKG. And sure enough, the Queen of Hearts knows it as well. Not OMI with high confidence. This patient ruled out for MI. Yes, exactly. The notching here, we looked at notching in a study too and found that whereas notching does correlate with early repulse in my LAD versus early repulse study, there was notching in patients with LAD occlusion as well, but not as often as there was in patients with early repulse. So
But we have looked into the height of the ST segment to the height of the R wave, how to differentiate early repolarization from pericarditis.
Yeah.
That percentage is less than 20% likely early repolarization, more than that likely.
Well, the classic teaching is that if the ST elevation is more than 25% of the T wave, that it's pericarditis. But those are not very good studies that did that. I don't. There's so little good data on pericarditis because it's not a common condition. And I always say you diagnose pericarditis at your peril because the vast majority of patients with chest pain and pathology have MI rather than pericarditis. And I've seen so many people make that error. So what's the false positive rate for STEMI criteria? One of them's, again, by Michael Kantos, you want to hear right in the audience. 2 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 30. It's 15 to 30 in these studies. So AI also reduces false positives. We took 117 pre-hospital cath lab activations by the medics, and we looked at their outcomes. 48 actually had OMI, so 69 were false positives. So the medics, by definition, they had 0 out of 48 missed OMI and 69 false positives in this study. The STEMI criteria missed 6 OMI and had 38 false positives. The conventional algorithm missed 1 OMI and had 42 false positives. I missed 2 of them looking at it, but I only had 9 false positives. Queen of Hearts didn't miss any and had 29 false positives. If you excluded the patients who had S-wave cutoff, which is this, so the pre-hospital ZOL EKG often cuts off this S-wave. And when it does so, the Queen of Hearts then digitizes it like this, and it thinks this is a massive T wave, when in fact, this is what's the reality is this T wave is proportional to that S wave. Queen of Hearts doesn't know it because it's cut off on the pre-hospital EKG. And so it gives a false positive. So if we excluded all those patients with S waves that were cut off, then we got, she missed 1 of 43 OMI and had only 18 false positives. So that's pretty good rate right there. So, and then we have another, we just are presenting at AHA another study from the Midwest STEMI Consortium, where there's lots of cases where these are patients who had cath lab activated for presumed STEMI. Now, the Midwest STEMI, at MHI for sure, and look at the STEMI Consortium, OMI STEMI. So when they're activating the cath lab for a STEMI, these are cases that are not all meeting STEMI criteria. Now, we haven't gone through all the EKGs yet to measure whether they meet STEMI criteria. We have 2 cardiologists doing that right now to see how often their STEMIs are really STEMIs. But we did put all these EKGs through the Queen of Hearts, and our outcome diagnoses, outcome criteria are, again, not great. Acute MI with culprit versus acute MI no culprit, a MINOCA in other words, or no acute. 889 acute MI with culprit, 324 acute MI with no culprit, and 313 no acute MI. We put them through the ECG algorithm, the Queen of Hearts, and she diagnosed OMI in 94% of those that had a culprit. So sensitivity 94% sounds like you're missing 6%. But then we looked through all these EKGs and found that in fact they had, this is on our poster, so I have to present it what's on the poster, but we looked through all the EKGs and found that a third of them, she was not looking at the one that triggered the cath lab activation. So if you look at the one that triggered the cath lab activation, she only, then the sensitivity is 96%. And we look through the 4% that she missed, and a lot of them are left bundle branch block. So she's missing left bundle branch block. So this is pretty good sensitivity. And she did detect, so not OMI, and the ones that did not have a culprit, she detected 33 and 40% as not having culprits. So that's another way to decrease false positives. And then these are the TIMI flow pre-PCI. A lot of them had TIMI 2 and TIMI 3 flow. So there might actually have been a lot of, among the ones that were missed, there might have been a lot of NOMIs instead. And there's one that was missed. We have a group called the EKG Nerds, where we send EKGs to each other all day long, every day. And I sent this to all my EKG nerd friends saying, what do you think of this one? And 3 out of the 4 said it's a fake. But it wasn't a fake. It was actually a real inferior MI. And this is one that the Queen missed. So she missed it, but it was one that a bunch of EKG experts thought might be a fake. This is one she shouldn't have missed. I don't like that she missed this anterior MI. I don't know why she missed it. She looks at all, doesn't see this ST elevation. It's probably partly because the T wave is down. I don't know why she misses it. I know everyone looks at this and goes, we don't know why. So now I'm going to show you a lot more EKGs. How are we doing on time right now? 20 minutes left. So this was handed to my mentee Pendle in triage. Exactly. V3 and V4, he thought were diagnostic of an LAD occlusion. And so he didn't know anything about the patient. He went to find the patient. He said, do you have chest pain? She said, yeah, I have chest pain. And then he activated the cath lab. And then he did find an old EKG, which is that one. You can see side by side the difference between that. Doesn't look like a big T wave, but it's straight ST segment. It's massive amount of area under the curve compared to that tiny QRS. Same here. And now you can see this, he didn't need this old one to make that diagnosis, but you can see the difference between what's normal and what's abnormal. And then and there's the Queen of Hearts. She gets it right with high confidence, gets this very tough EKG correct. And there's the angiogram. Occluded right there, and then opened up. Your 2 patients both presenting with acute chest pain. Is one of them OMI? Neither of them an OMI? Both of them an OMI? Which one? Take a look. They both have a little ST elevation in AVL. They both have a little ST depression in lead 3. They both have kind of a big T wave in V2. Which is which? Well, like I can look at this and say, this one looks really suspicious. QRS amplitude is so small for one thing. Here, the QRS amplitude, look at that big R wave there. That's a good size R wave there. There does appear to be a little J wave right there, which reassures me. There's plenty of QRS amplitude here compared to here. So this one looks like OMI to me. This one does not look like OMI. And the Queen of Hearts says OMI with high confidence for the one I thought had OMI. She says not OMI with high confidence for the other one. And explainability shows why. Big inverted hyperacute negative T wave there, reciprocal to here. This was an LAD occlusion here. And this one was just a normal baseline. Here's a case I came into, every day I come into the emergency department, I go to the computer and I read all the EKGs that are on the system. And I saw this one, and I'm like, oh, that's, what do I see? Pardon? Yeah.
Convexity.
Right here. And lateral. And AVL is reciprocal depression. Any amount of ST elevation lead 3 with any amount of reciprocal ST depression AVL. I wrote on this that's very specific for an inferior OMI. Then you got some ST depression lead V3. Actually, it gets even greater out in V5 to V6. So, oh, this is an OMI. And I went to the chart and I found out that the patient has been sitting in one of the team centers for about 4 hours. They didn't see it. And the troponin finally came back positive, and unfortunately, this patient got a delay. She had 100 minutes of chest pain by the time she had this EKG, and it was missed. They'd used the Queen of Hearts. It would have them OMI with high confidence. She would not have lost all that myocardium. And the explainability sees that reciprocal ST depression in lead AVL. 60-year-old with acute chest pain. Again, ST depression in lead V2 and V3. So I saw this patient, I activated the cath lab, cardiology fellow came down to the stabilization room, looked at the EKG and said, that's not a STEMI. I said, you're right, it's not a STEMI, it's an OMI. And he was unfamiliar with that terminology. And so I'd activated the cath lab, and while waiting for the cath team to come in, because it was late evening, we got another EKG at 37 minutes, and this is it. And you can see there's still that ST depression there, but now there are hyperacute T waves in V5 to V6. Let's take a better look at that. See how this is kind of flat here? This is actually a little posterior, shows the posterior. It's so flat right there. But the T wave is not big and bulky. Here it's big and bulky. Here it's big and bulky. So it turned out to be 100% first diagonal occlusion with a massive amount of troponin, even though he got a rapid door to balloon time. And the Queen of Hearts, OMI with high confidence. That's on the first one that doesn't have the hyperacute T waves out here. She sees this. See if we get a explainability. She's looking at that, looking at something about that T wave there, tells her it's an OMI. She doesn't like that. That looks like beginnings of a hyperacute T wave. And I just want to show you these. This is before they became hyperacute. This is after they're hyperacute. These are really obvious hyperacute ones. You can see how they just get bulked up. They get inflated. All right. This was texted to me late on a Saturday night. I was at home and my partner wrote, Queen says not OMI with low confidence. And I looked at this and I'm like, that looks like an LED occlusion to me. And they didn't get the whole EKG in here. There's missing something here and missing something here. So I went into our Epic electronic medical record, found the patient and found the full EKG. And there it is. Now it's got the whole thing there. And I don't like the symmetry of these T waves at all. And I don't like the inverted T waves in 3 and so I thought it was diagnostic LED occlusion. And I sent this one to the Queen of Hearts and she got OMI with high confidence. And she again sees those symmetric T waves there. And that was later on because they got it wrong by not getting a good sample for the Queen of Hearts. So they didn't make the diagnosis in a timely way. They recorded this 150 minutes later. And now it's obvious, right? Now it doesn't always become obvious later on. Sometimes you can be lucky that it becomes obvious, then they get to the cath lab. But sometimes people can have a full total occlusion that's persistent and never develops diagnostic ST elevation. This patient had chest discomfort. What do you think of this one? So this is a massive T wave here. That's an even more massive one when you compare it to that little QRS. And then there's a down up T wave. This is a really great finding in patients where you're wondering if they have a first diagonal or LED occlusion. V2 is big. Do they have this down up T wave in lead 3? Then it really clinches the diagnosis. They activated the cath lab, the emergency physicians did, and it was daytime. 5 cardiologists came to the ED and said, this is not a STEMI. So they canceled the cath lab. Patient ruled in by rising troponins, went to the cath lab too late, got 100% LED occlusion, a large MI, a lot of myocardial loss, and it was not a false negative because the final diagnosis was non-STEMI. That's the no false negative paradox, all right? You can't have a false negative non-STEMI, all right? And I used my formula on it too, and the formula value was greater than 18.2. So even my formula, because of that small R wave amplitude, small QRS amplitude, resulted in a high formula value. And if you send it to the Queen of Hearts, OMI with high confidence. Here's a patient with chest pain.
If you could comment on, it's about V1 AVR, if the LADs included proximal to the first septal perforator.
Yeah, we call it swirl. We have in fact, we're almost done with a paper called precordial swirl. And we've come up with criteria for precordial swirl that we're going to publish. It's got to do with ST elevation V1 and ST depression in lead V6 and upright T wave in lead V1. And I'll send you a copy of it if you want to see it. Yeah.
Is AVR figure into that as well?
It's a good question.
The prox LAD.
It probably does. We didn't look at it though, so I'm not real sure. But V1 and AVL are so similar. You know, one's right here, they're really similar leads. So this is not a precordial swirl because V6 is not depressed. All right, chest pain. Again, remember everything's proportional, and these are massive QRS amplitudes. There's also this huge J wave, massive notching there, massive notching here. This is a combination of LVH and what I call benign T wave inversion. Benign T wave inversion is a really common benign variant common in young. And that's what this is. And if you send that to the queen, this patient got an angiogram, ruled out by serial troponins, normal angiogram, and if you use the Queen of Hearts, not OMI with high confidence. She recognizes this pattern. Again, you can get access to Queen of Hearts and try it out. So the ACC ESC kind of European Society of Cardiology confuse us. They think OMI-NOMI is confusing. You decide what's confusing. Here's a statement from the 2017 ACC. Patients with acute STEMI or its equivalent defined by characteristic symptoms of myocardial ischemia with diagnostic ST elevation. Well, do they want diagnostic ST elevation or do they want its equivalent? Which do they want? I can't figure it out. They can't make up their minds. And when at the European Society of Cardiology meeting last year, they said they had revised the ACS guidelines to say that ACS is a spectrum. But then if you read the guidelines, they say they still have the dichotomy of STEMI, non-STEMI. So I got up there and there was being presented at a big forum in Amsterdam, and I got up to the microphone and said, why don't you just call it what it is? Call it occlusion MI or not occlusion MI, because you just made the point that ST elevation doesn't work to diagnose it. Why don't you do that? And they just said, well, we thought about that, but we just thought it would be too confusing for people. I think this is confusing. You decide. And then I said this last night. So many of us have noticed that in many community hospitals, when there is an OMI, if the patient has a short door to balloon time, the final diagnosis is STEMI. And if they have a long door to balloon time, the final diagnosis is then STEMI. Think about that. So this is a 30-year-old woman with a heart score of 0 and EDAX score, emergency department assessment of chest pain, of score of 2, which is very low. Computer called this completely normal, and the initial troponin is below the limit of detection. We're going to discharge her, right? But no, because these are hyperacute T waves, and the conventional algorithm didn't see it. And remember, you can have undetectable, even undetectable troponin when there's in the midst of acute MI. If you send this to Queen of Hearts, she gets OMI with mid-confidence. And this is a later EKG, which has evolving inferior ST segments, a downsloping, excuse me, ST segment and lead V2. Put those, you can see side by side how these T waves are evolving in the inferior leads, how different they are from here to here. And then this is yet another one. It's evolving. We activate the cath lab right away, but comes at, if you use the Queen, it's OMI with high confidence on the second EKG. And even the lateral leads show this change from here to hyperacute, from normal to hyperacute, normal to hyperacute. And so it brings up the topic of when the conventional algorithm says it's normal, is it normal? In fact, there are 3 articles in the emergency medicine literature that say if the conventional algorithm says it's normal, you don't even have to look at the EKG. So we looked at this. I collect these cases on my blog, and I have 52 cases on my blog, actually even more now. We're writing a paper on that right now, where we looked at these 52 cases where I could see that it was OMI. The outcome proved it was OMI, and yet the conventional algorithm says it's completely normal. I mean, we're not talking about non-specific STT abnormalities. We're talking completely normal EKG. So I can recognize them all as OMI. The conventional computer algorithm called it totally normal. These are Veritas or GE Marquette 12SL algorithms. The Queen of Hearts diagnosed 42 of 52 as OMI. Not only did it say that recognize that they're abnormal, it said they were OMI, and 37 with high confidence. The Queen of Hearts diagnosed 5 of 52 as not OMI with high confidence, which would be equivalent to saying it's normal. So 10% of the time, she also thought it was normal. But if you actually had the Queen of Hearts at triage and it said not OMI with high confidence, you could be pretty confident that it's not an OMI then. Here's a 60-year-old with chest discomfort who came to triage, and that was the EKG. And I think it said non-specific STT abnormalities, the conventional algorithm, but you can see that that is a massive hyperacute T wave there and there. And this is diagnostic of LAD occlusion, but they didn't see it. So they waited 37 minutes and like good doctors, they got a serial EKG. And now they still have hyperQTOs there. HyperQTOs do not always develop into ST elevation. Well, they didn't see that. So they thought she could wait in the triage more, but lucky for her, she was very lucky because she had a cardiac arrest. Because if she hadn't had a cardiac arrest, she would have sat in triage and lost even more miles. Only for her, she had a cardiac arrest. The other people were sitting there and they saw it and they did CPR and they resuscitated her and they got to the cath lab and got her artery open like that. So let's not make a patient be lucky by having a cardiac arrest, okay? And if they just use the Queen of Hearts, OMI with high confidence. And there you can see the dark blue telling you why she's highly confident. I was lying in bed at 1 a.m. one night and one of my ex-residents texted me this EKG. It said, 60-year-old with classic chest pain. Cath lab is occupied for the next 90 minutes. Card says not a STEMI. Thinking of giving lytics. And I looked at this and I said, what do you think of this EKG here? Are those big T waves? No, they're very small actually. But look, everything's proportional, right? That's a tiny R wave. That's a tiny QRS. That's a massive T wave compared to that QRS. So I texted back, this is OMI. Did you give lytics? Proximal LAD. Great catch. And then he sent me a baseline EKG later, and that was it. And you can see the big difference. Here, there's plenty of R wave amplitude, unlike here. The T wave is only a little bit bigger here than here, but there's much more R wave amplitude in the normal one. And then he had a follow-up EKG a little later with the shadow of his hand on the photo. And it also has a big T wave here with a tiny QRS. It's not a very big T wave on its own, but compared to that, it is. So that's another, and again, compared to the baseline. And if you send that one to the Queen of Hearts, OMI with high confidence. You send the lower one to Queen of Hearts, OMI with mid confidence. So even these really, really hard EKGs, she can help you out on. And that's why she sees that hyperQT wave there, sees it there too.
Is it the algorithm mostly for the T wave or also you consider all the?
It's for it looks at everything. It looks at the QRS, looks for Q waves, looks for R wave amplitude, looks for total QRS amplitude, looks for where, whether it's upsloping, downsloping, flat, looks, and it combines them all together. So there's no one feature that it can look at. And that's why it's so good. Here's a 29-year-old male with severe chest pain. He's 29 years old. Come on. I mean, can't be an MI, can it? Well, of course, the worst thing you can be when you have an MI is young. Actually, no, the worst thing you can be is a young woman. That's the worst thing because people will ignore you. In this case, they actually were kind of worried about the ST elevation, but not worried enough. And this has something on it that I described in a paper, which never exists in normal ST elevation, which is called terminal QRS distortion. V2 and V3 always have an S wave when there's normal ST elevation. 10% of the time, V3 does not have an S wave, but in those 10% of the time, it has a prominent J wave. This has neither a prominent J wave nor an S wave. So this is diagnostic of LAD occlusion. Well, they just thought, well, we should get serial EKG. So they get a serial EKG, and now the patient's pain has gone away. They see, oh, look, it's normalized. And they're like, oh my God, it's normalized. That means his pain is gone here. That means when he had pain here, it was an LAD occlusion. So the faculty physician, and notice that the S wave is reconstituted here. When the LAD opens up, the S wave comes back, no more terminal QRS distortion. And so the faculty realized this was acute coronary syndrome, and he was walking to the patient's bed when he arrested again. And they did CPR all the way to the cath lab, but could not resuscitate him. They shot his LAD, it was LAD occlusion, but they couldn't get him back. And if they use the Queen of Hearts, only with high confidence. And that's why. Dark blue all over here. There's another case. 42-year-old male complains of burning from his epigastrium to his throat. He's otherwise healthy. He was totally relieved with Maalox and lidocaine. The computer says his EKG is normal. The doctor says his EKG is normal. Is it normal? What's abnormal about it? One, and three. Inverted T wave and 3, right? Now, let's take a closer look at this. This is normal V1, V4 to V6. Notice these T waves are not very big here. Notice these T waves are just as tall as the R wave. Now, how about AVL? It's not a very big T wave, but it's a tiny QRS. Remember proportionality. This is, if you make it bigger, this is a massive T wave. And if you use my formula, it was also positive. And if you use the Queen of Hearts, it's OMI with high confidence. Well, so they were going to discharge him with some ranitidine, Zantac, and the nurse was at the bedside giving him his discharge papers when he went unconscious and had ventricular fibrillation. He was resuscitated, got an EKG after he was resuscitated, fortunately for him, and then he had a proximal LAD occlusion. This is a 37-year-old female with chest pain after an argument. She has no risk factors. It's positional pain. This is her EKG. Got it. And to me, this is like totally obvious hyper-QT waves in every one of V2 to V6. Like not even a question. And yet, but this tells me that I'm a freak because the troponins were normal. This patient was sent home and died. And when they had a case conference afterwards, 50% of physicians said it was normal. And this is why we need the Queen of Hearts, because she tells us it's not normal. It's OMI with high confidence. All right. I had a lot more cases, but I got to stop here. But thanks for listening. Okay. Yes.
What is definite, you're like, why was it wrong? But do you take, oh, sorry. Do you take it to the engineers with the app?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
Go
we-
over it and you
yes.
change the algorithm?
Yeah, we do. This was version 1. I was going to tell you about version 2, which is going to be released any day now. And we worked on thousands of cases looking at outcomes, many EKGs on every patient, troponins, angiograms to improve the algorithm. It's now much more sensitive and specific than even what I've showed you here. We had a list of critical misses that we went through. I can't remember if that was one of them. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's continuous improvement. Yeah. Any other questions?
Want to give a plug for your EKG blog on Twitter, which I think is awesome.
Sure. Just if you just type into Google EKG blog, it's the first thing that comes up. And on Twitter, it's at Smith ECG blog. And I put up a new case like 3 times a week, and most of them are subtle OMI cases, not all of them. And you can learn a lot from it. And I used to be on until 2018. I was all by myself doing it, doing 3 cases a week for 10 years. And then in 2018, Pendle Myers joined me, and he puts up some, and I have a few other editors who contribute cases, and we all work on it together. Yeah.
Great. That was fantastic. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Okay, that was great. I think we all learned a ton. Well, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Lori Hollowell with the American Heart Association, who's going to talk about Rural STEMI Accelerator. And then after that, we're going to hand out EMS awards. So great ending to the day.
Oh, it's just because there were more cases here. 1 sec. There's a lot more. Make sure that I'm sharing the screen. For our remote attendees, we're just going to make sure that the Zoom is shared. There we go. Sherry, how's that looking?
Everything up?
Okay, great.
All right. Yes. So it's a hard act to follow lunch and it's a hard act to follow you. But we're gonna try. So as Dr. O'Brien said, my name is Lori Hollowell. I'm with the American Heart Association. I have been working with the American Heart Association since 2009. My first role was coordinating STEMI systems of care just in Charleston, South Carolina. Then it expanded to the state of South Carolina. Then it expanded to the whole affiliate, which included Virginia. I met Dr. O'Brien, Dr. Contos, and at the time, Dr. Burt in 2010. And we've done a lot of STEMI systems of care work together over the years. So I'm happy to be back talking about the Rule Accelerator. I've taken lots of notes from all the other lectures today. So I'm going to cheat and look at the notes occasionally. So just to get started, and I need the right arrow, right? So this is just a piece of a slide, and it's usually my last slide when I do this lecture. It's next steps. So you don't even know what I'm going to talk about right now, probably, but I want you to consider next steps throughout the entire discussion. The Rural Accelerator Program is a program specifically for rural hospitals adopting Get With the Guidelines and their own quality improvement activities. So as you're listening to the information about the Rural Accelerator Outcomes project, please, keep in mind that you can reach out to me and schedule a meeting with me. I can do a demonstration and we can answer any more questions that you might have. I swear I'm pushing. There we go. I do want to mention, do we have any referring hospital representatives here directly from a referring hospital? 2? No. Are you at a referring hospital or do you represent, work at a referring hospital? Okay. And any rural? Okay. So, and any critical access? No. Okay. So we have been working with the Federal Office of Rural Health and Policy for the last couple of years. And for critical access hospitals, Get With the Guidelines was written into their MIPQIP suggested quality improvement activities. So we were very thankful for that. This means the flex coordinators who just submitted their 5-year plans in April, they can write in emergency department throughput for STEMI, stroke, heart failure, quality improvement activities, and enrolling and Get With the Guidelines would satisfy their quality improvement work. So what is the Rural Healthcare Outcomes Accelerator Program? It is a commitment to a workforce specializing in rural care. It's a multi-year initiative. It's part of a larger initiative by the American Heart Association with the ultimate goal to optimize acute care for cardiac care and stroke care and heart failure. We've heard it a couple times today, where you live shouldn't impact if you live, and it shouldn't impact if you live well. So in 2020, right before the world shut down for COVID, the American Heart Association released a presidential advisory paper, a call to action, which we've heard that term a couple times today too. So this is a call to action to actually look at rural care and the difference between rural and urban care and the mortality. And you can see in the graph, gold is rural, the blue is urban, and that gap is ever widening. At the Rural Health Conference in New Orleans this year, the CDC reported that that gap is still widening, and this data here shown is only through 2016. But you can see that statistics on the left, lower life years of expectancy and higher mortality in rural America. So not only did the American Heart Association call this to everybody's attention through the call to action, which I think we do a really good job of, but sometimes we don't do as good a job of, is identifying possible solutions to the issues. So this paper really did identify key opportunities to closing that gap in mortality, and Get With the Guidelines and quality improvement was just one of those. So am I eligible to enroll or participate in the Rural Accelerator program? All federally designated critical access hospitals, no matter if you're rural or urban, are able to participate and enroll. Of course, large rural, small rural, or isolated hospitals. And we do use the RUCA codes to determine eligibility, and the map shows lots of hospitals that are eligible. So I pulled a little bit of mortality data for the state of Virginia, looking at 62 urban hospitals. Heart disease and stroke deaths per 100,000 is the median is 374.2, and rural is 484.8. So that is a clear, difference between urban and rural mortality. As far as rural Get With the Guidelines participation, we have 12 hospitals participating or enrolled in stroke. 6 are via the Rural Healthcare Outcomes Accelerator Program, and 2 Get With the Guidelines CAD programs. The mortality map here shows hospitals with various bed sizes marked by the color of the dots there, and then overlaid with the mortality map. Of course, the darker color green is higher mortality. This is just a close-up of Virginia. Now, this is a list of all of the hospitals in Virginia that are eligible to participate in this program. And by module, you can see the numbers there. So, we only have 2 people that are representative of a few rural hospitals. But if you have any connection to any of these hospitals, please get the word to them and let them know that this is an opportunity, and I'm happy to meet with them individually, or we can bring a group together to go over some more information and to answer questions. And I think everyone here knows what Get With the Guidelines is, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that. And then just to impress upon what the Rural Accelerator Outcomes Program has done thus far, it launched in July of 2022. And since July of 2022, I did these slides before I left home, and we were at 514 participants. Last night I looked, we're at 525. So just in a couple of days, we've had 9 additional participants in Get With the Guidelines. So that's just in 2 years, we've enrolled 525 hospitals in Get With the Guidelines. And the 1305, that's all rural hospitals over the past 20 years. So this has, Dr. Contos and I were talking about this last night. This was really an untapped niche, untapped market. And I can tell you, these folks are energetic, they're engaged. We have 6 rural consultants. We meet with these hospitals quarterly or as asked for. I meet with a couple of hospitals monthly. They want to do better. They want the tools. They want the resources. And it's just an exciting program for them to be a part of. So I'm going back to the future, Dr. O'Brien and Dr. Contos. So, as I said, I worked with these fellows a few years ago, and we put on a webinar in 2011, and it was called The Joker's Wild of STEMI Systems of Care, and it was about interfacility transfers. Dr. O'Brien, you were the Joker, Dr. Contos, Batman, and Dr. Burt, and that Commissioner Gordon, I think. Okay. Yes, well cast. So I was trying to look for our old Mission Lifeline reports, and the HA deleted all my old files. So I found this, and I was really tickled. So I pulled a couple of slides, one just to show that, these bullet points here, we talked about all of these today, right? As far as the transfer inpatients, transfer outpatients. System optimization is key. But looking at the referring hospitals and taking referring rural, these are still issues today that we're looking at. I was going to stop with that one, but then I found this other slide, inherent challenges, and the first bullet point. Most of our referring hospitals in Virginia are in rural areas as well as outside of Virginia. The notes was in the quotes there, rural areas, transport distance, difficult terrain, mountains, islands, deserts, wide open spaces. All of this is still relevant today. So, what is that, 13, 14 years? And we're still talking about it. So, just some data pulled from Get With The Guidelines CAD. And this was, I think I wrote down, it was 12 to 15 receiving centers and 5 to 8 referring hospitals, depending on the year. But on the left-hand side is our STEMI Receiving Center perspective, and we have a couple of reporting measures that look at your transfer inpatients. So did those transfer inpatients receive arrival to 12-lead ECG within 10 minutes? What was that percentage? Door in, door out at the referring hospital, but from the receiving perspective. And what we've done for 20 years with Get With The Guidelines, and whether it was Action Registry or Get With The Guidelines CAD, is we've always looked at referring hospital data through the eyes of the receiving center. So as far as engagement at the referring hospital level, it's really hard to get them engaged if they're not actively involved and have skin in the game. So the right-hand side of the data is the referring hospital perspective. And you can see that arrival to lytics, it's a little up and down as well as the door in, door out. And we use 45 minutes for recognition. We do have a door in, door out within 30. That, of course, is the guideline recommendation. But the 30 minutes is so low, nobody would achieve recognition if we used 30 minutes. So what is missing from our STEMI systems of care? And I'm gonna say whether it's Virginia or Idaho, it's that active STEMI referring rural hospital engagement. It is their active data collection. As far as Get With The Guidelines CAD, STEMI population is the only population that is required. Optional, they can include chest pain and STEMI ACS population as well. You know, if they have 10 STEMI patients a year, they are looking at alternative models as far as, manpower to abstract those records. Same shift abstraction, using unit secretaries, using new nurses who are excited and who want to do more, rather than using, the quality folks or the CNO. Well, I have CNOs that are doing data abstraction. I have educators that are doing data abstraction. So they're looking at all kinds of models to make sure that they're getting those patients entered. So as much as we're talking about STEMI systems of care, and I will say Mission Lifeline STEMI system of care, the definition is at least one STEMI receiving center, at least one STEMI referring hospital, and at least one EMS agency working together to coordinate care. What we're missing from this room is our referring hospitals. So as far as benefits of enrolling in the accelerator program, there's tons. And I did put, I left the stroke and heart failure information in here because those are available. We are focusing on CAD, but again, it's the same thing. It's the same benefits as what you get out of participating, whether it's in chest pain MI or Get With The Guidelines CAD. It's improved coordination of care, improved time to definitive care. For these small ERs, ED throughput is a huge thing. And then higher quality and length of life, improved outcomes, and improved adherence to guidelines. Additional benefits of participation, it goes beyond the registry. I mentioned we have 6 rural consultants. In addition, this is no cost access to Get With The Guidelines, but we have a rural social network. So it's like the Twitter, Facebook of rural geeks, I guess, that just want to talk about best practices, what's going right, what doesn't go right in your system of care. We share resources. The VHAC website wants to be a hub to share resources. We share tons of resources. We do rural learning collaboratives every quarter. We have model shares. It's peer-to-peer. I heard lots of talk about peer-to-peer communication. So it is hospitals that are rural participating in the accelerator program that are sharing their stories. And some of the stories aren't success stories yet. Some of the stories are, we're still working on it. I had a hospital from Georgia. Their door in, door out times were almost 2 hours. They shared their data, they shared their stories, they shared their issues, and their issue is EMS. They can't get EMS to even come to the hospital most of the time. But anyway, we have the rural learning collaboratives. They're all recorded. They're all posted on the social network. No-cost CEUs, so education at the rural hospitals. These nurses, techs, whoever want these CEUs, they can use these CEU bundles for no cost. The most exciting piece of the program is that it's not just data collection. It's not just the same old get with the guidelines. It is a reduced number of elements, but it's also a specific recognition program that was tailored for small volume hospitals. The measures for Get With the Guidelines CAD and Get With the Guidelines Stroke focus on ED throughput. So it's the care provided in the emergency department. There are no discharge measures in the rural recognition program for stroke or CAD. As far as heart failure is soup to nuts. Most of the rural hospitals keep their heart failure patients. So it's heart failure, but we still use a rural methodology for analysis. So these are the STEMI measures. So we have two buckets for Get With the Guidelines CAD. As far as rural, we have the STEMI bucket, and then we have the chest pain ACS, and NSTEMI is also included in the chest pain ACS bucket. So you can see here under the red bar, this is your transfer out strategy, transfer for PCI. Everything here is done in the emergency department. And then, of course, if you don't transfer out, we look at that arrival to lytics time if lytics are given. For the chest pain and suspected ACS, those measures focus on risk stratification. And then are we doing what we're supposed to be doing after we risk stratify the patient into the appropriate bucket? And then if they're high risk, are we doing everything we need to do before transfer? So this is the official one-page document that describes the recognition program, and it can be found on our website. And then I just want to take a few minutes to walk through the methodology of analysis, because this is, when I saw this, I heard, we're using composite score. It didn't hit me till I joined the rural team what it actually meant for these small volume hospitals. So if you have a small volume hospital that's seeing 6 STEMI patients a year, they will meet the volume requirement for a referring hospital because it's 2, but for the referring hospital recognition, you have to have at least 75% for each measure where there's a denominator. This site here does not have 75% for all of their measures, so they would not achieve recognition. And then you can see all the discharge measures that, really aren't applicable to STEMI patients that go to a referring hospital. But for the rural composite score methodology that is used for recognition, it's every patient, every measure counts. So even if you only have one patient, you could have up to 6 opportunities for denominator criteria. So the top is the measure, the bottom is the score by measure, the right is a score by patient, and then the bottom right is your composite score. So even with individual measure score of 66%, 50%, meeting 75% composite score, now this hospital has achieved rural recognition. So the composite score methodology, the Federal Office of Rural Health that I mentioned in policy, they're actually looking to adopt our methodology for some activities in the future. So not only do, we want hospitals to own their quality improvement, to be engaged with the systems of care, but we want them to show it off, and we want them to show it off in a big way. So we, for all of our consultants, every year we have to have at least one hospital or one state or one group submit a poster to a national conference, whether it's scientific sessions, whether it's the International Stroke Conference or the National Rural Health Conference. So this is just an example of one of the posters that we submitted last year, I believe to maybe to the Rural Health Conference. But we really want the hospitals to show their data off. We provide travel scholarships for at least for one hospital representative that gets their posters accepted. I actually spoke earlier, using the ACC and AHA data, that's huge. So lots of opportunities for posters here in this room that I heard today, but especially for our rural hospitals. I do want to take a second, even though I heard Halifax. So Halifax Regional Health System got a bronze award for ACS and a silver award for ACS. And then UVA Culpeper received a STEMI Bronze Award for their STEMI patient populations. I did put the Stroke Bronze Awards because there were only 2 hospitals, Rappahannock and Twin hospitals. Over the years in working with the referral hospitals with the recognition program, the number of referring hospitals that have participated, whether it was Action Registry or Get with the Guidelines CAD, it was always a low number, like 60 or below. So this year was our first year of implementing the rule recognition criteria, and we had 110 awards across the country. So that's huge. Where they get the media kit, they get the icons, they get everything that you get as a STEMI receiving center. And of course, next year we're looking for this. I hope it doubles or more. So I'm going to go, back to my first slide. That is complete. You know, like I said, if this is something that you think the rural hospitals that you work with may be interested in, please give them my contact information. I'm happy to meet with them individually. I'm happy to meet as a group, as a health system. I think all but 2 hospitals are connected to a health system in Virginia. So happy to work at a system level or at an individual hospital level. This is the entire process for enrolling and onboarding. And then, like I said, we do quarterly data check-ins with these sites. Let's see. I didn't even look at my notes. Oh, feedback loops. Feedback loops are very, very important. What I am hearing when I do my check-ins is the feedback loops from receiving to referring aren't as good as we think they are. So I think we have an opportunity to improve that. And I do have a group of 8 work group members who are working on a standard feedback form for referring hospitals to give to receiving centers. We're going to change the game. That's the goal there. And then I heard seat at the table. EMS wants a seat at the table. They want to know the end of the story, so to speak. So do our referring hospitals. They want to know the outcomes. They want a seat at the table. They want to be at your meetings. They want to be a part of that system of care. You talked about competing entities. You forgot the word. It's co-opetition. Daryl Watcher back in the day when he called for NASCAR, Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt, they would not crash each other because it was co-opetition. So anyway, those were just some of the notes that I took. And, you know, I really would love to see the rural hospitals be more engaged across the country. And there's no other place to start than right here in Virginia. So thank you. And we have one more item of business, and I have Marcia.
We're good on time.
Yeah, I think we're good on time. I think we're doing great on time.
She did hear her say that was free, right? That's
Yeah,
free
no cost access, right? For at least 3 calendar years, and our leadership is looking at maybe extending that.
hopefully.
So I'll turn it over to Marcia for the EMS support.
Bring that way down. Okay. All right. Marcia Walton. I work in the quality engagement space for AHA with hospitals and post-acute certifications. But today I'm here to talk to you about the EMS recognition. This is you all are familiar with Mission Lifeline, right? That's not anything new to you. Okay. And you know that it hits on both sides of hospitals and EMS. But the leaders of the group wanted to make sure that we recognize EMS for the contributions that you all give. This initiative covers both, as I say, the hospital and the EMS, but it's for systems of care, which is what we've been talking about all day. So up on the board, we have the 3 awards, bronze, silver, and gold. And this is combined and cardiac. The bottom 3, you will see those measures, the 12 lead ECG within 10 minutes for suspected heart attack, aspirin for a positive STEMI ECG, and pre-arrival notification less than 10 minutes for the positive STEMI EKG. And then we also have the target heart attack designation that brings in additional measures for STEMI, either EMS, first medical contact to PCI, less than or equal to 90 minutes. And then door to thrombolytics, less than or equal to 30 minutes. Virginia has 17 EMS agencies that earned this award this past year, which is for 2023 data. There were 25 that submitted, but 17 received those awards. And I believe we have 4 who have RSVP'd today. Sorry, it's hotter up here than it is in the back there. I should have been sitting up here. Okay, so first we have Chesapeake Fire Department. If you all come up. Oh, on this side, maybe? Maybe so, yeah. Okay.
Why don't you guys come over this way?
We'll let the photographer say. Wait, fix your collar.
I know, right?
Beautiful. Oh. Got it. Okay, and congratulations. Okay, and
Congratulations.
I have not seen anyone from City of Manassas, but I believe we have someone who will accept. Congratulations. Congratulations. Goochland County Department of Fire Rescue and Emergency Services. Okay. Final one. Okay. You know who you are, Spotsylvania County Fire Rescue and Emergency Management. Okay, thank you. We're done.
Great. Good work. Fine. Get done early. Any questions or comments for the AHA, for Lori and the team? Congratulations again to our EMS winners. That's fantastic. That really shows the commitment to everything we talked about here today. Well, we are going to wrap it up. It's been a heck of a day and a heck of a year. And I just want to again take the opportunity to thank everybody and to say that, you know, this is important work. There are people who are alive and living well in Virginia as a direct result of your efforts. So I know it's hard and sometimes it seems thankless, but stick with us. Don't give up. You know, help us do this work, help us grow, help us expand our reach, and you know, we'll have even more to talk about next year. But before we close out officially, I'll let Sherry give us a few more housekeeping notes.
Thank you, Dr. O'Brien. Okay, one thing I cannot forget is CME. You have 6 days to claim CME. If you need information on how to claim it, there's information on your table. Feel free to give me a call or shoot me an email. My email is, you can email Eddie and I, it's info@vcsqi.org, and we'll help you, but we only have 6 days. EMS, if you haven't filled out the form at the table for CEUs, please do so, because Bob Page is going to leave and take that paper with him. Please know that this is all being recorded. So we're recording this. There's resources that will be available for you on our website sometime next week. Give me to Wednesday, but you can always refer back to that. One point I'm going to send out as well, let us know how we're doing. How can we make these meetings more enjoyable for you? You know, this is our first time having representatives from the pharmaceutical company, Stryker. Thank you so much for being here and sponsoring this, as well as Abiomed. But let us know how we can continue to make this good. We have swag for you. We know now that mugs is not good anymore. So what else can we get? What other swag would you like? Just a thank you to our regional leads. Thank you so much for all that you do. You do a lot. Thank you. And it was evident today. If anyone is interested in joining any of our regional leads or program or being a regional leader, please give me a call. Our work groups, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. This is evident to all the work that you're putting in and all the time and dedication you're putting into this effort for the state. So thank you. If you're interested in joining any of the work groups, please let me know. If you haven't noticed already, I always do a lot of commercials. Thank you to Dr. Smith, who had to leave, but that was wonderful. Last night we had a meeting and we're going to think of another work group to help try to get this FDA approved, right? Yep. All right, so stay tuned for that. If you are not on our distribution list, go to our website, VA.HeartAttackCoalition.org. Get on our distribution list. So one, you can always stay up to date and get those annoying emails from me. And also figure out what else is going on and how we can help push Queen of Hearts through, because this is a fascinating program. That is all that I have to say. VCSQI meeting, if you are staying for VCSQI, we will meet back here at 4 o'clock for the networking session. That's optional. At 5 o'clock, we will be serving dinner. The meeting will start promptly at 5:30. So thank you so much for spending your morning with us. We may see you this afternoon, but no, we'll always have wine and champagne in the afternoon. So I'll see you later.
And finally, thank you to Sherry and Eddie for all the work you've done. Everybody have a safe trip.